anybody who might be here or showing up soon. I shouldn't turn the volume up in the game because apparently it's really fucking quiet. It doesn't even show up in the VOD. Like there's a ton of things happening, but it's enough. So like you think you'd want to hear it in the fucking VOD. Babe, I've been so busy today and I forgot that I was supposed to be streaming. Hmm? It's okay. Okay. Cool base. Building this over here and I should have been working on or streaming this, but I did not because I forgot. Like I just spaced out. I didn't know to really forget. I got caught up. Okay. Yeah.
Huh?
What we should do? Actually, hold on. Sweet child of mine. Actually, we could probably turn this to. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. It would look alright, probably. Uh, oh, that's nice. Yeah, we can keep this here. But let's turn it to. Turn these to. Oh, actually, where does it go? Okay, overlaps onto that. Hold on. Okay. Okay, I see. Where do we go now? Where do we go? Where do we go now? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go now? No, 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 no. Sweet child, sweet child. Here. Break that. Unless.
Huh?
Okay, I think that's as... Why? Why is that as close as we can make it? It's fine. I just don't understand. That's all. Whatever. Oh, we're halfway there. We're taking on. Look at us win.
Ha! Yeah!
Oh, shoot. Okay, I think we're high enough level that the things here aren't messing with us. I forgot reading this somewhere. I'm like, where is he? Here he goes.
Hut!
Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Nice.
Hut!
Okay, okay. Let's see.
Hut! Hut!
Oh, ready or not. Me to the fire when that's all the way down. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, living on a prayer. Nice. Okay. Let me slowly moving stuff over. We're not gonna have all the ancient stuff, so right now we're just kind of setting up what we got. So far, it's starting with the production stuff. We have 4, but we'll have 6. So maybe we'll make like 2 stone ones to like fill in the gaps. Oops, that's not where I meant to go. What it should have been. Go check on the eggs really quick. Then we'll go back and we'll check on it. I will go back and continue working on it.
Hut! Hut!
We've got one. We can put on the mufflies. One, two. Either one of those will work. Okay, cool. So, mufflies just need to be leveled. The alpha one. But we have an alpha one. How big is the alpha? Oh, it's not too bad. That can go sit in the fridge. Sit in the house. Because we wanted 2 of them. We want to replace that. There's nobody putting a rig against my base. Don't fucking lie to me. I thought we had 2. What happens when we have gaps? Just gets plugged in anywhere. See? Told you. They're both alpha. Honestly, those are already pretty fucking good. We do want to level them up, and we need to name them. I need a name for 2 fluffy icebergs. Mochi and marshmallow. Snowball and Snowflake. I love it. Nope, that's Celine. Snowflake. Snowball. Now they can go. Wait it. Old hog Chris back. Okay. And we got. Let's swap back to the chat, see if I missed anything. Nope. That's okay. Still pretty early. What else was it we just bred? Water? Water something. Serpent. Right. Okay. So Serpent needs to breed with... not Jellicent, but... Ephedrine. I'm sure we have an opposite gender ephedrine somewhere in here. This is a boy. We need a girl. Fairy girl is a girl. Yeah. I really need more slots of cows. Because, like, right now, I only have one extra slot, and I still need to do some breeding. I could put Berloha away, but he helps. 5, 10, 15, 20, 23. When are we getting enough level up? What do we need to make? A gigantic furnace and an advanced sphere assembly line. This is something I can work on. Alright, let's go get these guys some cake. We will be making an veteran aqua. And currently, I guess we can only do one breeding pair. So we'll put the rest of the cake in the other breeding thingy so that it doesn't spoil. Actually, no, I can't because I just literally don't have the space. Hi, Manula. How you doing? Good morning. Oh my god, there actually are enemies this time. What the fuck? Last time for burning the enemies. Okay. You guys broke my trees. Ooh. Alright. I guess we won, but at what cost? Just trying to get rid of headaches for a couple days. It's okay. How are you? I have been really busy this morning. Usually my rule is that if I'm playing this game, I'm streaming it. But I got really distracted. And I got distracted this morning. And I started... You gotta... Damn it. And I started building something. What do you mean? There's nothing there. Today's stuff's being weird today. Overlapping with what? There's no object or character or anything here. I'm so fucking confused. Whatever. Can we use this? Yeah. No. What the fuck? Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm gonna come over here. I think maybe the area just needs to be refreshed. Hi, Whippa. Yeah, I got distracted, and the thing is like I wanted to do all of my, if I'm playing the game, I'm streaming it kind of thing, got distracted, and I built a base. It's basically like I got on to check the eggs. I was like, I make some notes, right? And then I was like, oh, while I'm over here, I should do this. Oh, while I'm over here, I should do this. Oh, while I'm over here, I should do this. Why does it keep saying overlaps with another object or character? Bruh, I'm not even in the game. I see. Because there was a body here that I didn't see. Excuse me, too. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to place a foundation. It's literally, I'm gonna restart the game. Shit's being weird. Right off this. What? It was in my way. I don't know. I'm gonna try logging back in and see if that works. Hi, Donnie. Partial breeding mode and partial moving my workshop because I found a spot to rebuild it, And I wanted to place some foundations down to test. Hey, what the fuck is that noise? What the fuck? That was weird. There's literally nothing here, bruh. What do you mean? Why? What? I know, right? The world. I have no idea. I'm so confused. Like, I'm just gonna leave that alone for now. We've got 2 wheat plantations. It's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I don't fucking know. I think everything else is fine. It's just that foundation being weird. Anyways, so I was like, hey, I should, I found a place that I was like, I liked it, and I was like, okay, well, let me place some foundations down to see if I can even build something here. And I was like, well, you know, it's all out of wood, right? Well, let me place some foundations down to see how I like it. Okay, this looks fine. Let's place down, you know, the walls. At least it fits with this. Let me this is wall. Oh, I kind of like how this looks over here. Maybe I should. Let me see how this looks like with stairs here. Oh, let me see what this looks like here. Oh, let me see what this looks like here. And then I wound up building something, and I was like, I think I just. And then I was like, well, let me see what it looks like in the, you know, these right here, the clean stuff. And then I was like, I think I just built a base. So that happened. But I haven't moved anything into it yet. I mean, I moved 2 things into it. 2 things. But I was just testing. They gone. Can it be this? I can place that. Okay. Whatever. There we go. I don't know. I don't know. It just okay. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. Sing you the name of light on the dark side. Okay. There we go. All right. So they have been working really hard. I've got this guy right here. I bred 2 mufflies named Snowball and Snowflake. They have Mercy Hit. I just left it there because they've got Vampiric and Remarkable Craftsmanship and Work Slave. They both have this. So at some point I'm going to level them up, but not the problem right now. You are kind of like it. You're look, this one's over here trying to make it icy and you're setting it on fire. Anyways. So, you guys know that this was my workshop over here, right? And I had this, and I was like, I've been trying to look for a place to rebuild my base, and I've been struggling because like one of the big things I wanted was to build in like one of the city locations. Like I looked by like one like with abandoned structures, right? So like I tried to build here, and it said everywhere was like can't place a foundation, there's no ground, and can't place a foundation, there's no ground, and you know you can place it over here, but this isn't the aesthetic, this isn't the vibe I wanted. And it's like there's so many everywhere, but I couldn't fucking find one, and I found a spot. It's right here. It's like in between this area that's grassy, right? But it's in it. It's in it. And like I'll show you guys. So this is what I had, right? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take some. I've already picked up. I'm gonna pick these up too. I haven't placed the other structures yet. I haven't placed them. I'm slowly moving stuff. As soon as I started moving stuff, I was like, I need to go live. I need to go live because I should not be doing this while not live. So you're gonna see how much I did offline. I'm like, I hate myself right now because I really just wanted to do all of this live. But I was doing so much sciencing and I was like, I'm just gonna build and break and build and break and build and break and build and break because like I'm never fucking happy. Look at this. Look at this. Okay. It looks like a workshop. It's a warehouse. And look at it. I've got this like, okay, so basically I was able to fit in this area and I was like, hold on, I need to come over here. So I was like, basically I was building in this area, but it didn't go all the way to like the end here. And I was like, oh, well, maybe I can go up top, you know? And so I started trying to place things. It was just like placing and placing, placing, breaking. And then I was like, so I wound up finding I could do this and I left it up here and I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. I think maybe I'll put some beds up here or something. Or maybe the cool off area. Maybe this could be like the place where you come out and chill. You know? This could be where the spas are or something. I don't know. I don't know. But I was excited and I started building and it's nice. And the thing is, it's not as big as my last warehouse because it doesn't have to be. And I'm gonna put my production things out here. I'm hungry apparently. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. I have my ore already back here because it's big, it's massive. And I was like, well, I want that to be somewhere separate. And then I'm gonna have that there. I'm gonna put, and I already figured out what pals I'm gonna use too. So let me go back to the base. So I'm gonna show you what I wrote down, okay? Because I went and I also tested pulling out some pals and figuring out, hey, what looks good, what doesn't look good, you know, together. I realized I am gonna use the Celestier Dock for the lumbering because it fits in aesthetically with, it's like this is wood that's not going to feed me. It fits in aesthetically with the Selene, which is one. The Selene's gonna be my workshop baby, and then I decided to use the Menace thing as congrats on redeeming first. So I'm gonna use Menace thing as 6 of the miners, a Duelith Noct as the 1 miner, and that's gonna be for the ore. Right? Then I'm going to use a Celestier Noct to do the logging and then 3 Duelith transports. True Duelith, not the Duelith Noct. Now here's the thing that I'm going kind of with. I'm kind of going with a twin aesthetic when I can. Okay? Not the Menace things. Because I don't like the... I will stretch, thank you. I will stretch, thank you. I'm not going to do the Menacing Terra. I don't think. If I do, it might be on one side and then the other, but I don't know. So, and then I decided to do, because I'm not doing the Celestier. I could do the Celestier. Like one Celestier Noct. And then the Duelith, and then the Duelith, and then the Menace thing, and then the Menacing Terra. Because I'm also going to have the Rayhound and the Rayhound Christ. Right? I don't know. I haven't actually taken a look at too many of them. I haven't even unlocked the thing this time. Hold on. The only one I've like really looked into, I think, was the Chillets. Let me see. Go ahead and unlock that. Let's find out. But yeah. So I'm gonna use the Selene, the Reptero, and the Reptero Christ on the forge. The Ephedrine Aqua, 2 Rayhounds, and then the Rayhound Christ. 2 Rayhounds for the electric, and the Rayhound Christ for the food cooler. I don't know. I was on to something. Let's see what we can do for the Cativa. Oops. We like this. This is mid. This is cool, but it's like, it's not something I would use. Chill it. I like these. They're adorable, but again, not really something I use. The only one I really like that I would use, I think, and I can't see it right now because I don't have the Jet Dragon. The Jet Dragon one. This one's kind of gorgeous. But, ooh, should I? No. Because it'll the thing is like I've got a certain vibe going on here, and it's like light pastel floral here in this area. So it's like I could put them in the Japanesey stuff, but then it would make them look way more extravagant compared to the others. I think it just makes them look hella extra. I get it. The I know. I just the Jet Dragon one is a good one. I like that one. I actually need that one if I'm ever going to use a Jet Dragon because I hate the way the Jet Dragon looks normally. Oh my god, he's a little witch. I fucking love that. He's fine. This one's adorable. I don't really use these pals, so that's the only reason, like, you don't really see them, is because I don't use them. I used the Chillet Ignis last time, but because, I don't know, it was just an aesthetic thing. It didn't fit. What about you? What's your favorite one? Kitala? Kitala? Ooh. Rando, good morning. What are you doing? Okay. So anyways, I'm going to continue moving my stuff over now. My new base that I built off stream. Like a responsible streamer. Doing all my content all my good content off stream. I'm saving this for staring at eggs. Tristan's still asleep. That's the whole reason. I was like, oh, well, I'll just do this while he's sleeping. You know, nothing big, no big deal. So we want... Because we have these down here. So we know we're going to have them, but we just haven't gotten the resource yet. I could go get them, but I'm going to wait for Tristan because I don't want to go do Daybreak without him. And I need a specific kind of miner to get the Sorelite from up here. Yes, I went here before going to Daybreak at all because I wanted to see if I could. How's it going? Fabulous. I built a base. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. And I finally was able to find a spot to build it in the city. I'm so fucking happy. Aw, shit. Okay, well, looks like we're doing a bounty. Okay. So we're gonna have one base that's really close to a boss and one base that's really close to a bounty. Nice! We can just go kill him from time to time. Any mining power level 6 to be able to mine it. The Sorelite? How you doing, Raptira? Now you're on level 5. It's fine, you were never meant for that anyways. I'm gonna fucking find out. These guys are gonna attack me because I'm like under leveled to be here. I shouldn't be here. Maybe. That's okay. It's just that guy. Ooh. I'm not under leveled to be here. Get in the ball. Okay, attack. I'm sorry. Shit. It's level 42. That's gonna die. No, I'm sorry. I've made a mistake. I made a mistake. My bad. My bad. Look. Go kill it. Go kill it. Thank you. Okay. Ooh. Okay. That. Just gonna wait here while he does this. Just vibing. I'm just gonna wait till I get 100 and then I'm gonna leave. Because that'd be nice if I went ahead and got the things built up. I should get extras so I can give some to Tristan. Because he can't get up here right now. He's only on foot. I don't even have the Hexalite. I need to do that too. I think it'd be hilarious to build this before I built the Hexalite mine. Okay, we're gonna be here fucking forever. Got 14. I remember last time we got Sorelight in like no time because he had that plasma miner thingy. I want to help. No. He's working hard. He's like, I'm on a level 42 and I'm on a level like 70 area. I'm good. I don't know what you want me to do. I do have a question. I don't know if anybody knows this. Can I go to the, like, I know that there's a shrine outside of the World Tree area, but can I go there just to the outside part? Like, before I'm supposed to? Or am I only, like, supposed, like, I know I'm supposed to go on Panthelos. Because we did that before. I don't think anybody knows. That's fine. He's watching me. Okay, I'm done. Can you do this one too? Here's thing, Blaze, my buddy. I don't have the tool for this, so I'm gonna need you to work hard and do it for me. Oh, it's so nice. That's okay, I'm keeping an eye out around us. What is that? Oh, it's a Gloopy Primo. So cute. Maybe I want to get one. I think I might get one for the base. Because, like, I've got 2 Ophidias and they're nice, but, like, they're big. And a Gloopy Primo to be there just for maybe, like, my Crusher could be nice. Not my Crusher, my Mill. That would be at the base for sure, not at the workshop. I'm thinking also about maybe trying to recolor the walls of my workshop to be the same color as the city. Like that gray color. It could be nice. Oh no. Oh no. I wasn't paying attention to the time. Oh no. I got a Xenogard, bruh. Okay. That's not what I was kind of hoping for. I was supposed to be paying attention to the time. I don't even know what time that fell. I didn't even hear it. I just looked on the map. I looked on the map and saw that there was a meteor. Fuck. Like, I'm happy that I just got a Xenogard, but on the other side, it's like, I wanted to get another Celine, and I don't know what time that fell. Fuck. Well, damn. Glad I was streaming for that. Like earlier when I built an entire fucking base off stream. That's fine, I haven't decorated it yet. It's just a shell. Okay, so like, what is it? It's like the Xenoguards are up here and the... Whatever. What can you do? What can you do with the Xenoguard? Like, I know you can use it to breed a lot of things. I'm gonna go ahead and mark down the Xenoguard on my list and see what I get. People want it all, some just want nothing at all. Baby, baby, you, baby. People want and ring, just want everything. This ring means nothing. I'm not with you. What this? What number is this Xenogard? Actually, I should see this icon. What do we know about the Xenogard? Okay, so it's not that later one that I was thinking. It is number... It is number this one. Okay, I'm gonna mark that then. Okay. Mining 4. It's really not great. Increases the player's energy weapon damage by 10%. I can see that being helpful. Eh. Diamond ring. I'm just want everything. Alright, come on. Ha! Nothing when I'm with you. Damn it. I cannot believe I did that. I should have been in Sakadrima when that meteor fell. Okay. Let us go to the new workshop. Babe! Babe, you know I love you. Are you still eepy? So eepy? I miss you. No, you don't. You don't miss me. You hate me. Oh. I don't know. Brando wants to know why you're eepy. It's 2 p.m. What? What? I heard rum and ketamine. I don't think either one of those is what he said. What, babe? You did say ketamine. Okay, never mind. Apparently it's the rum and the ketamine. He said that'll do it. Stone, coal, and sulfur over here, maybe. Let's put that here. Because I don't think that they'd understand. I'm just. Cool. That does block off the stairs. We don't like that. Okay. So over here maybe? We want to make this look nice. Spotify showing like listening. I can't. I tried listening to my VOD yesterday and I realized that I couldn't hear Tristan at all. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. I'm gonna have to double check, make sure I can hear him today. Here. No. I feel like having these too close like this is going to cause an issue with overlapping of the pals. Can we do this? Yeah, we can do that.
Hut, 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 hut.
How's everybody else doing today? Instead of me. We know what I did. so bad. Alright. And now I have to put the tree choppy thingies. Thank you for giving me the best day of my life. Two, three, four. Okay.
Hut, hut, hut.
1, 2, 3, 4. And ancient civilization parts. I need to go get those. I don't know why I don't have them here. I thought. Oh, maybe I didn't go back and actually build the solar light thing. I don't know. I don't know. You're giving me the best day. I think we're gonna make some storagey things we'll get back to. I could do. I'm trying to debate on whether I want to do like 2 regular menacings and then like 1 menacing Terra, but like on each side. I mean, just temporary fill in. That'll be where the hexalite thing goes. And then yeah, I think put the beds under here. But we want to make them the nice beds because we can, and this is a nice base. And we could probably we could probably just like put them around instead of them all going in one place. We'll figure it out. We'll get the right number. We'll get the right number. Which is what? We'll see. I wanted 3 transporter. I have a list. I have a list. I have a list. I have a list. Let's go find out. Goodbye, you've been struck by a smooth criminal. Okay, so it's gonna be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, then 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, what? Maybe just. Oh, and maybe just 20 for good measure. Okay, check on these eggs.
Hut. Hut.
Ooh. Wait. Either one of these would work, because they're the same. I'll put them there for now. And at some point we're going to breed trash, so. It's the same with the mufflies too. Or pick a random male and female. Those are going to be the breeding ones. The male, female. And this will be the one we use. We should name her something. That's like water bitch or not water bitch. I don't know. I don't think we really need to name her right now because she's going to be going to the workshop. We'll just keep her there for now. No, we will go ahead and squish her with whatever is available to be squished.
Hut.
I got 2 swift Celines, which is nice. Rayhound Crest is one we want. We also need to get a Rayhound. Menacing is somewhere. Let me go ahead and get the mufflies squished and get one of them.
Hut.
My mufflies are alphas. They're alpha mufflies.
Hut.
Let's go and pull these guys out. To put menace stings in here, I guess. Do we want 4 menace stings? And 2 menacing terras, maybe? I need to make a light for this base. Just one should be enough. But it's driving me nuts because it's so fucking dark. I don't know about that. Probably on top of the base. For sure can go inside. I'm gonna go just throw these in there so I don't forget them. And then we'll put light in the other base. All I ever wanted, all I ever needed was you. A little bit closer. Oh, that looks like shit. I hate that. Alright, let's see. Here we go. What the expedition thing? We're just gonna put it up here on top of the roof. Cause like, oh, hold on. I just thought about something being on the roof. Hmm.
Hut.
Alright. Here's the thing with the expedition thing. If I put it directly on top without like some kind of lip like this, it was going to look like shit. Because it'll stick to the ceiling. There we go. Expedition is the word I keep thinking about. Oh my god, this is so much smaller than I thought it was. Shit. Oh. How bad does that look? Does it maybe not look bad at all? And I'm just imagining it? Alright, I'm gonna try something else. Oh, come.
Hut. Ha. Yep.
Go up as much as we can. I guess it's not fully built. Cause I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Nope. differences. Oops.
Yeah.
I do like unique silhouettes, so I wouldn't hate this. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. Okay.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
Hi, Legacy. Welcome in. Or do you prefer Omega? You watch it. That looks fine. Oh, shoot. I forgot this way. Let's do... And then... Not that. That. And then... Oops. I'll be watching you. I think this is just gonna solve like this. Oops. Oh, shit.
Yep.
Did they like unique silhouettes?
Hut.
Can't you see? You know me. Okay. Not too bad. It shouldn't be. And then, the whole reason we built it up on a ladder like that is so... Oh, gross. Just really?
Legacy Amiga 123 said hello there, nice to meet you, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing? I was asking, I was saying thank you for the follow, and, I wanted to know if you prefer Legacy or Omega. Legacy or Omega's fine. Either, but that's up to you. Okay, sweet. I will just call you Legacy then, because that is the first word I read, and the first thing I called you. Okay, I think that's good. I think it's good. Oh, shit. There might be a bit of clipping underneath, maybe. The whole reason I wanted to make it big is so I can. It's fine. It's fine. You won't see it poking out of the top just because, like, even if their head like clips into the ceiling, you won't see it sticking out of the top because of the big gap. But basically, I just wanted to make it to where, because that will just clip through the fucking floor and it looks gross. So if you're putting it on top, you gotta accommodate for that. What else did I have built? Oh, I was gonna go to the house so I can build a light. Have you been playing Palworld also, Legacy? Right here, and I'm gonna build this under here.
Yep.
There we go. I've heard about it, but I don't know where to play. Even if I did, even if I did, can't because my time. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, usually I know a lot of people when they're watching stream. Are you kidding me? A lot of people when they're watching streams will also play along at the same time. I know you can play it on Xbox, so I don't know if you have one of those, but it is an option. I think they also have it on PlayStation. Do I have this built backwards? Is there a backwards and forwards? Look the same. Okay. You do have an Xbox. You can play it on Xbox, and if you have Game Pass, it's free on Game Pass. At least for now. I don't know if it'll change or if and when it'll change, but yeah, you can play it on Xbox. And it's cross-platform too. So if you have people that play it on PC, you can play it with them also. If it's something you're interested in. I'm not sponsored or anything, I wish, but maybe one day. That'd be amazing. Although to be fair, it's not like they need sponsorships. They are doing great. Sadly, like I said, you can't because mostly I don't have the money, but I would love to try. Yeah, it's really fun. It's really fun. Maybe if I ever find some time or you're able to get around to it, just give it a try. It's awesome. I meant to build the beds. Oh, crap. See. Do you play any other games? Like maybe phone games or something like that? Or are you just more of a watcher? Viewer, watcher, person type deal? I don't know what I'm saying. There are words coming out of my mouth. Oh shit, that's way too many nails. Okay, we don't need that many. Actually, no, I might use them. No, no, okay, I'm done. Sorry. To make 20 beds. Okay, we need more boards. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Also cute. Do you remember seeing the one that carried
Legacy
that?
Amiga 123 said also cute. Stuber model never seen one that's in the trash and not to be rid of it.
No. It's a gift tuber thing. It is technically it is a supposed to be like an emote, right? but I wound up turning it into a gift tuber because it's cute and funny. It's just temporary whenever I don't want to like use my full VTuber. I didn't mean to break all those. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's fine. We'll come rebuild them here and they'll come build some more because I can't. Ugh. It's just meant to be temporary for now. And then on August 1st, we're having a debut, double debut. My husband usually streams with me, but he's sleeping right now, lazy bones. What, babe? Yep, I know, I could tell. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be nice actually. Do you just want chicken? Can I switch you mostly players or mostly power we play? We are usually variety streamers. I would say we usually play a variety of games, but lately it's been Power Up. Just because the debut, or because not the debut, because of the release has come out and it's really fun and we're kind of addicted to it right now. So basically it's turned into like whenever we're awake, we're streaming it. Or playing it, and if we're playing it, we're streaming it kind of thing. So that's why hubby's not playing it right now because he's sleeping and he might run across it. He has just asked me if he wants me to go get, or if he wants me to. I can talk, I promise. He's asked if I want him to go get food for me, and I've said yes. So he might do that first. I'm gonna do the other side first because that's the place where I'm limited on space. Two, three, four. We could do that. Actually, I think we'll keep it at three because look, four looks fine here, but it'll look really weird on the other side. I used to play a lot of Ark, and I like a lot of these type of games too, where you can like have pets and build bases and survive. And I like the combat system is really nice, and it's like I think it's a really good difficulty too. So it's very, beginner friendly for people who haven't played games like this before. But also it's still challenging enough for those who have. It's like a cozier version, I think, is how I would describe it maybe. Do you know any anime? Yeah, I know lots of anime. I've been watching a lot of anime recently. Why? Is there something you've been watching that you're curious about? I mean, I've watched a lot of things, so. Hello? You're not Mike Wyvern. What are you doing here? Okay, welcome in. You watch a lot of romance anime. Ah, I see. I don't really watch a lot of romance anime. I think the closest one I would say to a romance anime I've watched is probably Fruits Basket, but it's not even like a dedicated romance anime. And then there was Warren Host Club, which I guess would be kind of romance anime. I don't know. I think I wind up watching a lot of fighting animes actually, weirdly enough. And then like Sword Art Online type where you get yoinked into another place. So Sword Art Online I think was special. I think a lot of people don't like it, but I did. So suck it, I guess. I don't know. I made 10 beds already. I gotta make 10 more. Okay. Do you have a favorite anime? Stumble and fall. Okay, I'm gonna head to the ranch really quick because it's clear we are running low on materials. I don't cry, I won't cry, no I won't shed a tear, just a song, understand, stand by me, darling, stand by me, oh stand by me, oh stand now, stand by me. Stand by me. I'm so heavy. Apologize, my internet's not responding, but can you repeat what you asked me? Something about what I watch for anime or something. Yeah, I was just curious if there was something, like a specific anime you were into. I did say that I've seen, like, Fruits Basket and, like, Warren Host Club. I watched Clannad, but that was mostly just for a tearjerker. A lot of these animes I don't necessarily watch specifically for the romance, but I will ship a lot of characters, even if it's not a romantic anime. Why is that not going in there? Oh, right. But I was just wondering if there's like one that's your favorite in particular. One, two, three, four. Oh, more nails. I'm watching a romance anime called Dangers in My Heart, but if I had to pick my favorite, it's gonna be hard to pick. Not gonna be either. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't really watch a ton of romance animes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need more boards. July. Yeah, so I wound up watching. What's the anime movie that you love? Is it, hold on. Is it Your Name? Because that one was amazing in my opinion. Five, 6, 7. Called Makia when promised flower blooms. I need to look that up. When the promised flower blooms. Oh, I see. This teenager belongs to the Lorf community whose members can live for hundreds of years, but her life changes when the Lorf settlement is invaded as she comes across an orphan. Ooh. Okay, I just clicked on the question. Says people also ask, is it sad? Yes, it is widely known as a massive tearjerker. Cool. I'm gonna watch that because I like those kind of things. I don't necessarily watch a movie for the romance. I will watch it from it was random, but the name Legacy comes from my friends I used to play with a long time ago. That's fine. That's okay. My name is from like I picked the name when I was trying to come up with a D&D character. So I came up with my name. I like it, the name, and I liked the name more than I liked the idea of playing D&D. So I wanted to play D&D, so I came up with the character. Liked the name more than I liked the idea of playing the character, so I just took the name. I was gonna be a halfling druid. Yeah. Well, some beds up here. How many were down there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 12. And then we're gonna put 8 up here, maybe. Yeah. One, two, three. Okay. It's not really exactly even places we could put them. This is not meant to be even. Okay, okay, hold on. One. Okay. So where are you from? What part of the world do you hail from? Me, I'm American, but I'm living in Australia, so not American temporarily, I guess. I don't know.
Legacy Amiga 123 said, I won't spoiler this but want to express how I love that movie. It's so heartwarming and I cried to hell and was like an emotional breakdown, so yeah, really good and would recommend watching it if you
Yeah.
have the time. And there is another movie that I love and released in the beginning of the year, and the movie is called Cosmic Princess Kaguya. I love that one as well.
Yeah, I'll watch it for sure because I like movies that make you cry. I have a problem. And also I like trying to make my hubby suffer too, so I'll make him watch it with me. He cries very easily though, so that's not really saying much for him. He's a big baby. Where you live in North America, Colorado? Okay. That's an interesting place to live, I guess. I don't know. I would say it's interesting. I don't know why I said that. Colorado is Colorado. I don't think I know anybody that lives there. I used to want to live in Denver, but only because I thought it was pretty. Not for like really any other reason. Two. Yeah, 12. honest here. I'm an 18-year-old male and right now just looking for a job in this time and I have an interview tomorrow morning. Well, good luck. I hope you have a good interview. I know it's hard to find jobs, so I hope you're able to get one. I've never seen anybody phrase it like, I'm an 18-year-old male, unless it's like on a dating profile. I thought you might have been like non-native English speaking. Like maybe English wasn't your first language. I don't know who the fuck's gonna sleep up here, but I mean, it's an option. You miss hubby. I miss hubby too. Oh, you miss your hubby. Shut the fuck up. That took me a second. I was like, what? Oh. Oh, you'll get up for him. You'll get up for Whippa, but you're not gonna get up for me? Wow.
Fuck you, Whippo.
Oh my god. Okay, love you, babe. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Legacy? Actually, I want to be funny. I want to be funny about it, but don't listen to me, okay? Nope, sorry, not taking questions at the moment. You'll have to wait. Okay, no. Yeah, you can ask questions, fine. No, no, you just got out of bed. Yeah, he's gonna get me some food. He's gonna get me some food because he loves me. Do you do music recommendations or don't? I have a Discord where you can add music recommendations if you're interested in that. It is not something I really do on here. Sometimes I have Spotify music requests on, but that's really only if it decides it's gonna work that day. Because most of the time it doesn't. Oh, love that. Love that. Tommy, do you get him food? He's no, don't eat my husband. You did. Whole last 3 course. I put 2. Please tell me I can put 2 here. I would love that, and I'd be really happy. I've been finding like the base is like really satisfying at different points. What, babe? Okay. Hey, love you. Whippa said he's gonna eat you. That you are his food.
Fat.
Did you hear him? I don't know if you heard him. Your what? Your bubble shield. Oh, no. Apparently you're a whole ass 3-course meal. He's satisfying. Oh, man. With dessert. Can't tell if stunned silence. We just missed his reaction. He was in the bathroom when you said that, and now he's upset that he isn't worth more courses. Oh. Alright, hold on. Yeah, I love you too. I guess I'm gonna go catch a shiny. Where the fuck is it? Hello? I'm looking for this shiny that has apparently decided to show up somewhere near my base. I don't know what I thought I was hearing. I thought it was some music or something. I'm sorry. Where'd it go? Where is it? Oh my lord. Oh my god, and it's awakened. It's not just shiny, it's awakened. Get away. Get in my ball. 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 Get in my fucking ball. No, 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 no. Get in my ball. It's awakened. Yeah, it's awakened. Uh-huh. Look, I'll show you. Look. I don't know. I don't know what it means. Something about its end level, like, it's end level boosted. End level boosted. Oh my god. Babe! Babe! Tristan!
Sunshine, lollipops, and
Thank you for the
rainbows.
follow,
Everything
Blake.
that's
Babe, come here.
wonderful is what I feel when
You know that
we're
lucky sound I kept
together.
hearing? It's a Quivern. It's an awakened Quivern.
Oh my. Oh my.
I wouldn't even notice. Like they were looking for a shiny in their game, thinking it was theirs. And they had to ask me if there was a shiny in my game. I was like, oh yeah, I guess I do hear a shiny. That is wild. Oh, shut up. I feel like if I can get that over just a tiny bit more, I can probably fit both. No, I can't. This is over half. Damn it. I want to put both here. I can, but now they need to go in the center. Wiggity swooty, he's coming for that booty. He was talking to his mom. That's why he didn't come faster. Okay, storage. Okay, hold on. I don't want to put right there. Wait. Yeah. Okay. He's gonna go give me food because he loves me and he wants me to have chicken. Basically, went to the doctor the other day, and when I did, they told me that because my medication, I've lost like 30 something pounds on my medication, which is great. That's what it's for. But it's gotten to the point where it's like slowed down a lot. I need a medication because it's like I have PCOS and insulin resistance, and it makes it really difficult for me to lose weight. So, it started slowing down, even though I'm barely eating anything. So we've started having to look into like quality of food that we eat because it's just not. It's like it's not about quantity. It's just quality, I guess.
I want to go finish some anime, then go to bed for tomorrow, but it was nice to meet you, and before I leave, can I ask when are you going to stream so I can come again? And yeah, so good night and have fun with the game, and want to try your Spotify whenever you can or however it works.
Thank you, Legacy. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good night. And I have been streaming basically whenever I'm awake. So honestly, just check. If I'm not there, I'll probably be there at some point. PCOS now PMOS, I guess, is rough. Yeah. Yeah. It makes it like it's freaking impossible to lose weight for me. So I'm just like, I don't know. So I had that and then also incredibly high insulin resistance. Not diabetes though. Weirdly not diabetes, which you think would come with high insulin resistance. No, no. Somehow very specifically. So anyways, my doctor was basically like, okay, so it's not now then the quantity of the or the quantity of the food that you're eating, because I was eating a lot. Now I'm eating barely fucking anything. But apparently it's the quality of the food. So that's why like he's getting me some he's getting me a chicken salad that I'll be able to have later. It's really delicious. But it's veggies, so yeah. I'm not gonna be able to have junk food. The quality of the food I eat is shit. Because I'm a gamer. They don't understand. It's called gamer food. Gamer food equals just like quick, easy, can throw in the air fryer, yeah? I didn't think nuggies and tots were that bad. Harder to prep the Whole Foods only. Yeah, that too. So that's why he's going to the store. He's going to the store and get me something. Cause he's nice. Look. I just need to look. I'll use this for ammo and junk. I guess I can't keep it. I really need to get the new storage. What is it? What is the new storage? How do we make it? How do we make it? I need it. Hexalite? Fuck. Of course, the one resource I don't have access to yet. This is going to be unchecked, just ammo, weapons, I guess. Gliders, maybe? Armor? Sure. Maybe accessories. Yeah, there we go. It'll be that junk. There we go. Perfect. Hello, can I help you? Kill it. Wait, I need it. Oh shit, it's mad. Kill it. Did you bust my floor up? Okay. You're lucky. I will make this temporarily. I want to make... There needs to be a piece of furniture that is like just for schematics, you know? And then you can put like as many as you want to in there and it's just schematics. Is there something like that? Because schematics take up so many fucking slots, dude. You see those 2 shipping containers over there? Those 2 shipping containers are literally nothing but schematics. So annoying. In my last playthrough, I had like 4 of the advanced ones. 4 of these fucks right here with just schematics. I don't know why I'm trying to crawl because I don't need to. I can just teleport. Still stuck on the mentality sometimes that I need to be at the PAL box to transport or teleport. There you go. I'm slightly less heavy now, I guess. Whatever. I need to see. Oh, fuck. I'll figure it out. I'll look at it in a minute. Because I really need to see how big 2 Reptiros are in here. So I can figure out where I'm going to be putting stuff. Let's see how there's nothing else you can do. You know where you're going. Alright, production goods, ores, other materials. Ingots, wood. So I'm gonna need to rebuild the forge in here somewhere. It's gonna be big. How big are you guys? God, you guys are chunky. Where are you going? Stop mining. Damn. Okay, let's pretend you guys don't like mining. Come back. If I put... I want to put them at something so I can tell. They're not going to go to a workbench. Oh, I know. Hold on. I'll build 2 of these. Here. Something like that, maybe. Another one like that. Actually, this one needs to be cold, doesn't it? Fuck. Look, I'll figure it out. We'll make a fridge. Ika, how you doing? You're home from work? Ooh, you got chili. Very nice, very nice. Tristan wanted to go get me some food. I think it's very nice. Food is good. I just need to see how big these pals are. Oh. Because they're going to be like the bigger of the pals in my base inside. Where'd you get chili from? Or did you make chili? This is not where I'm meant to go. Ooh, nice. Lucky bitch. Chili. You got root beer to go with? I hate root beer. Okay, you can have that. Have that all yourself. Root beer's gross. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't like root beer. It tastes nasty to me. It tastes like licorice. I don't like licorice either. Raw materials. Okay. Here's how we're gonna figure out size-wise what they would do here. It's a very small representation, but it will work. It will do exactly what it's supposed to do, which is become a stand-in for what it's supposed to do. So let's put this guy here and this guy here. Right here. What are you doing? Excuse me, sir. Are you busy? Nothing tastes like licorice, I know, because I absolutely hate licorice. Oh, it tastes nothing like licorice. I don't know. It's just gross to me. I don't like it. No, there is work in your immediate vicinity. It is that cooler. Who's supposed to cool the fridge? If not you. Hold on. He's cooling, right? Yeah, he's cooling. What the fuck? It's like your only job, bro. Is the fridge cold? Is it cold? Are you cooling? No. Why? Oh, because there's nothing in the fridge. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Sorry, my bad. You're like, bruh, I'm not cooling nothing. Here, put that there. There you go. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's not what I expected. I don't. God, they're so cute. Why are you laying? Why does everything lay down to cool? I think it'd be so cool if you like blew ice on it, you know? Butt sticking out of the wall. There you go. He's so cute. Okay, I just want to make sure it fit. Okay, so it'll be like here, I guess. Alright. Sleeping on the job. Right? Oh my goodness. How dare. Then really nothing could be okay. So I'm moving stuff around and basically trying to get size. So that's gonna be how big that is. Then we're gonna have another workbench that is about, I don't know what size it is. I'm trying to remember what size it is. Love and turn out life the way I want it to be. it's fine. Club of 27,000 reeds. Oops. Okay. Got the fortune of fame. You gotta cut my hair and change my name. Cause we all just don't wanna be. I don't think we need 3 transporters. This place isn't big enough for that. 2 might be fine. We'll see. We'll see how things go. Cause this is not the guy. This is the guy. This is not. He's. Oh my god, look, I should have known. He's a slacker. Look at it. It says it right there. I need this back because I gotta breed him. And then let's see. Let's go back to this base, pick up the rest of the shit. Now feels for free. The latest fashion. I gotta set up. This life of fortune and fame. I even cut my hair and change my name. Cause we all just don't wanna be big rock stars. All stay skinny, girl, just wanna hang out in the coolest bar. Coolest bar. So we gotta find out there at the Playboy with a I could feel it on speed dial and I'll be a rock star. Okay. Then somebody I know these words and I'm so just like distracted with building this thing. It's just like don't get 'em wrong. Okay. Let's see. Easy and the drugs come cheap. Oh, I'll stay skinny cause I just won't eat and I'll hang out in the vilest bar. You better find up there every playboy bunny with a bleached blonde hair and a out in the room. Everybody's got a drug dealer on speed dial and a hey, we're gonna be a rock star. Yay, I wanna be a rock star. That's good. Never mind, welcome in, welcome in. It is time to liberate the pals that destroy the evil organization. Oh shit, we've got the Free Pal Alliance. Got the Free Pal Alliance. Do you work for Lily? Deploy the monkey gunners and mammoth tanks. Oh lord. This down, that down. We'll build this here. Even though we're gonna like quickly, as soon as we can, replace it with this giant furnace. I just can't build that right now. So, but right now, this is where to go. I miss him. I've been gone so long. I don't know. Like I feel anxious when he's not around. What if he got hit by a car? Maybe he did. That's why I need to go with him. Make sure he doesn't get hit by cars. Did it break the electric thing? Did it? It did. And if I didn't, then I have another one. Could we maybe like... No. Okay. Gives us stairs a purpose, I suppose. How are you doing, Jeremiah? Sorry, it took me a second. I'm used to seeing an H on the end of Jeremiah, so I was like, is that not Jeremiah then? Is it Jeremiah? Just because I can't read. I hear a cat and I can't tell if it's actually a cat or a person. It sounds like that. The fuck? Jesus Christ. I'm bad, I'm bad, I'm really, really bad. I'm bad, I'm bad, I'm really, really bad. Bad, I'm bad, I'm really, really bad. Oh, I just pushed this backwards, damn it. What's my building? That. I'm gonna want to build that. But as I do not have the cooler yet. Alright, how many slots does this have? So we know this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 4. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 4. Okay, sweet. In that case, we can add these. Honestly, we could probably just get rid of this. More expensive, but it's like cheaper in the long run, I guess. It saves us a lot of space. X. X. Okay, okay. Temporarily build this. So I can actually have some inventory space. So I can rebuild these things. Let's see, this is just palm materials. There we are. There we are. Oops. What did I do? Wood, ingots, other materials, productions with ore, stone. And at some point we'll get to the point where we're replacing all that with all this with the advanced chests, and that will be much nicer. I don't know how many storage slots these things have. Let's check. I want to compare. This has 15 versus 15 versus 20. What is this flickering happening on the end of my screen? Oh, it's just when I'm looking at that. Weird. $20. 20. Which was 20? So 18 or 15, 15, 20, 20. Guess we can do this. Oops. A man brought to life. He was warm, he came around, he was dignified. Showed me what it was to cry. And it couldn't be the man I know. You don't seem to know, seem to care what your heart is for. I don't know him anymore. He's nothing where they used to lie. Conversation has one dry. Wait, did I uncheck all? Or yeah, I did. Okay, good. Weapons, ammo. Does it make a squeaky noise when I open it, like a locker? It does. That's wild. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Armor, maybe. Ooh, accessories, maybe. Let's ride. Should've seen just over there, not some hurry light. Beneath my wings now, I don't care, I have no luck. Accessories. Cute. How I feel. Cold and I'm infected, lying naked on the floor. It's here. And it's here. I think my hubby bend is back. It makes me happy. Oh my god, I forgot about Gary. Shit. Don't tell Gary I forgot about him. I'm a lot of faith. This is how I feel. Golden iron shaped, lying naked on the floor. My hubby Ben is home. I love him. He seems like he's struggling. Baby, you okay? You okay, babe? Hi.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. You
I
okay?
went over the road to Coles first,
Uh-huh.
and then I saw that I had something, so I got them.
Oh.
And I was like, it's gonna be too heavy to bring. Yeah, food.
Uh-huh.
So
So?
I brought it back home, and then I went over.
Oh, you made multiple trips. Okay. What was it?
Well, Monster Zero Sugars, 4 packs are back,
Nice.
and they're on special.
Oh. Well then. Holy shit.
Maybe.
I love you so much.
I know you do.
No wonder you were huffing and puffing.
Yeah.
I'm living my
They
work.
were $9.60 for a 4, which is insane.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
That is incredible.
Awful.
That's amazing.
the stronger one. Oh,
Yeah, I get it. They were like, oh, clearly these sell well. We need to stock up on them. Let's put them on special so they'll buy more.
oh.
I have to show you my new workshop.
No.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about building something while not streaming.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so basically I put some wood stuff down and I was like, oh, I wonder if I can build stuff here because it's like in the city.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I wonder if I could build stuff here. And it was letting me build stuff because it's like, look, it's like in the ground itself, you see.
Oh, I see.
And so I was like trying to put some wood stuff down and then I was like, okay, well, let me see if the walls fit. Oh, let me see if this thing works. I'll show you.
Oh, you're just testing stuff, but actually all worked.
There's all storage here behind the stairs. More storage there. Production here. Inventory there. Here's where the furnace is going to be. We've got production out here
Oh,
and out here.
similar style to the last one.
No, it's completely different. And here, and then doesn't it? And it incorporates that too. And look, it's in the city. It's in the city.
That is really nice, and this smells lovely.
Also, I didn't make the laser thingy, the plasma cutter, because like, I forget who it was. Somebody, maybe Wibba, maybe Brando. Somebody told me that I can just use a high level miner and they'll just mine the Sorelite. And I was like, fuck. So I just brought a Blazing and set up there. It takes a long time.
But
I
it's
had to
easier
sit.
for making the cutter.
Yeah. And I was up there. And also, I kind of felt bad because, like, so you know how I've been sitting there watching for the, waiting for in Sakajima for the Selines? I missed it.
That was one in the...
The Sky Islands.
Oh, wow.
Do you want to know what spawns in the fucking Sky Islands?
Xenoguards?
No.
Something else?
Oh, yeah, Cineguard. Sorry, my bad. I thought it was at Lords for some reason. Look at it. Look at that fuck!
He is a big fuck.
You left me because you hate me.
Hey, yo.
Look at him, though. He's so cool looking, but he's not coming to the space. But I caught him.
Deploy the monkey gunners and mammoth tank. Sergeant.
Hmm?
Just what Brando said. Oh, not Brando. Jeremiah. Oh. Yeah, same color as Brando, so it was
Yeah.
Brando.
Weirdly, Brando came in earlier. I don't even think he was yellow.
Oh, interesting.
He was Brando earlier. He was orange. Just done moving my base entirely. I'm almost done moving my base entirely now. That's pretty much what I've been working on today, and some breeding, and I made some notes about what I wanted, and I tested out, like, oh, what do these pals look like next to each other? What do these pals look like mining? So, my miners are going to be Menestings. My loggers are going to be the Celestier Knox. You say yep, but I considered not. I'm going to have one Duelith Noct mining.
Okay.
I'm going to have probably 2 Dueliths transporting. I'm going to have a Reptiro cooling my cooler. And I'm going, not Reptiro I'm going to have a Rayhound cooling my cooler. while Rayhounds do the electric. So it's kind of got like a twin aesthetic going on with the Repteron, the Reptero Christ, and the Rayhound Christ. I'm thinking about, since I'm doing the menacing for the mining, also doing a menacing Terra.
Smart.
Maybe.
I thought the Terra would be better.
I don't know. We get two, one for you, one for me. It's delicious. Please tell me you got them not with avocado. Please tell me you removed the avocado. Babe! Oh, he's my. Oh, please. He ran away and he didn't tell me if he forgot to remove the avocado. This is gonna be not super great if he forgot to remove the avocado. Babe, you didn't forget to remove the avocado, did you?
I'm sorry. No, the one's just gonna weirdly have double avocado.
Oh, gross. Oh, it's gonna be all mixed in there.
Whoa. I'm a lid. Just attached to the lid. Not mixing at all.
Okay, well then do something with it. Okay, well I'm glad they put it on top then. We forgot to remove the avocado, babe. We had a whole conversation about it, how it was healthier because I don't get the avocado on it.
We did. I only just woke up.
Your turn.
I'm amateur.
Look at this base. Wait, who the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh. There's more than I didn't realize there were more. I looked over just a random duelist laying on the ground. Like, excuse me.
This one was entirely attached to the lid.
Alright, well that works. I will forgive you this time.
I was not expecting to get like attacked by avocado when I opened it.
Can I have a fork?
No.
I mean, or I could eat it with my hands. Yes, it's a fork. Alexa, turn on the light. Epic is lurking. Okay. Enjoy the lurk. Thank you.
Thank you for the laugh. Enjoy.
I am going to probably stream after.
Okay. Eat and stream at the same time. Eat and stream at the same time. I am a multitasker. Alright, I'm gonna just put this guy out here. I'm gonna put the Relaxosaurus out here for now. And this will just be his base. He can do whatever the fuck he wants until I'm fucking ready to bring things here. Because right now I can't do anything anyways. That's okay. If it had been mixed in, I would have been a lot more upset. Not the rice. Going back to this house. Hold on. What?
So this is roughly the same.
What?
Just the boat.
Cost wise?
Not cost.
What are you talking about?
Calories.
Oh. Well. Hopefully it'll make the doctor. I just need him to piss off, dude. Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me the fuck alone. Yeah. I need him to be like, oh, you're doing a good job. Or just say nothing. Oh my god. They're too good at their job, bro.
Berry. What's a berry? With an M.
Berries.
Ooh.
I've been making eggs or cake today. Look, 200 fucking cakes. I also need more slots. I need more slots because look at this. Okay, look. All my flower babies, my cookers, my electric girl, which I need another one. My Wumpus for transporting, my farm creators, for the fridge, for the food thingy, for watering, for existing to encourage eggs, breeding. I only have one breeding pair and then one extra slot. I need more slots.
Yeah, I mean, a second breeding pair.
And yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I got rated again today.
You got rated?
Yeah. I didn't pay for it because I was like, well, obviously it's fucking fake if they're liars. But then I did get rated. And I was confused. No, I didn't pay for it because I thought it was fake. Like it was last time. Even though it said that there was a raid going on, but there wasn't. Yeah. So it's like sometimes maybe?
It probably just depends which side they spawn.
Why are you on my roof? The fuck? Whoa.
I didn't attend that before.
Yeah, I'm just gonna...
My bet is level 60 things.
I don't like that they're here. Last time they broke my floor. I'm just gonna stand here.
I think this is incredibly tasty.
It is.
Especially with the double avocado.
Oh yeah. About
My first mouthful may have been avocado,
entirely avocado.
with a little bit of crispiness from the lettuce. Delicious, huh?
Nico's kind of appalled that I don't like root beer.
Who is?
Nico.
Oh. I mean, root beer is good if you like a licorice flavor.
So I said, and Nico said, it tastes nothing like licorice. I know because I absolutely hate licorice.
Well, I've had root beer once, and it tasted like licorice. But fizzy. And a water version.
I figure out I'm gonna defend this base. Not add a wall behind it or something. Just where you can't see it from the front. So, you know how the Reptera breathes fire on the furnace? You know how the Reptera breathes fire on the furnace? I thought that the Reptera crest would blow cool
What does it do? Does it just sit down? Share it up? Does it poop?
It lays down flat. Like everything to cool requires them to lay down. I think what it does is it just puts them in their sleep animation
Maybe. It could, yeah.
and then puts icy stuff around them.
God, that Uniball Chris is a poor sleep animation. He's dead.
Oh no. It felt like a blanket lazy way to do it. I think. Like, there's so many cool ways that, like, things do things.
Yeah.
And, like, the Reptero Chris, or the Reptero already breathes fire. It can breathe cold. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, you just retexture it.
Yeah. It's just adding a texture to the fucking sleep instead. Just,
It probably was just easier. I don't know.
level 55. Shit. Yep, they broke my fucking floor again. Bitches. And it's always that one because it's outside the base.
So it doesn't get repaired? Or does it?
It breaks easier because it breaks easier. Like, it doesn't break the plot because the plot's more in base than out of base. Yeah, you guys fucked up. This entire base is nocturnal. Full of raids defeated. I mean, I'm thinking about it. Even if I were to put walls around this, because of them being, like, technically outside the base, I don't think it would do much protecting.
Yeah, it's really, the walls are weird. Like, you can place them outside the base, but, like, they'll get destroyed very quickly.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to use, like, 3 separate pillboxes to make a nice looking base.
Right. I agree. Like, this corner right here.
Oh, yeah, I see, yeah. Over half hour. Or the same thing in,
I know a potential way I could fix the issue, and that would be to remove this and move it back this way, right? Just a bit, right? But the thing is, if I remove this, a lot of stuff in here is gonna break.
I love you.
No,
Yeah,
not.
I had the same issue with my base that was constantly getting attacked by bandworms. There was just like 2 walls and a foundation that were just outside.
Yeah.
And it was... it was just a wonderful, wonderful time having to make sure that got repaired. It was lucky that the bandworms didn't attack them more. But I think after a while, the powers got strong enough to just one-shot them.
Yeah. cool. Yeah, I could push it back because technically I don't need all this shit in the front. Oh my god! What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Laura, how did you get down here?
Sometimes my pals end up in really weird locations.
Huh?
At least it looks like none of my pals died.
That's
Means
good.
they're strong.
Strong enough to fight the
And I guess at least it's good that they're not like on the side where this is. I think I might put some walls here. Just like stop the fucking soot ears.
Time to get stream stuff set up for me.
Good luck. Soot ears will occasionally come over here and get mad at the fact that chickens exist. Lulu was like, wait, don't lock me out.
Here and then restart Lumio. You been enjoying streaming?
No, I hate it. I've been sad.
Oh no!
I didn't
You
have
should've
my
punched him.
best friend streaming with me.
Oh, you should have punched him in the face.
Alright, come here. That's not too bad, the wall on the side, stone wall. What do you think? It's not too bad. The stone wall over there.
Oh, yeah, that's not too bad. That's nice.
See if I can get something over here. It's just not gonna be great because. God damn, how did it break again? What the fuck? What hit it?
That bit.
Probably.
You didn't like it not being in your base borders and had to kill it.
Damn. Fix your shit, bro. Fauna, get figured out. Oh god. Not even fauna. Yeah, it is. I can fix this by moving these crops, but I need to move the crops. Okay.
Question, my love.
Okay.
Do you want the monsters refrigerated or do you not care?
I don't care.
Take that bit there. Just
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. What?
Salad bowl. Incredibly filling.
It is, isn't it?
Hmm? Like, I've still got my chips left. I'm pleasantly full.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta put some shrimp on these.
All right. I moved it this way. One, just so, like, now everything's fucking inside the base. That was pissing me off.
Yeah.
I don't mind if things get hit and the things have to be fixed, but like one-shotting it because it's like an inch outside the base. Oh my god, this is gonna break. This corner right here. Hold on. I'll show you which ones. That's gonna break, and that's gonna break.
Yeah, at least they're less problematic than the
Foundation,
foundation.
yeah. But look, I want to pull it over here, and because it's like combined with the berries, which is nice. This is fine that it joins up here with the berries, but the thing is I can't have a corner stairs. Look at this. I can't put a stairs here.
Mm-hmm. A corner stair would be really nice. Good night, Hiko.
Night night, Hika, love you.
Thank you for hanging out. Have good sleeps. I think I'm good to start training.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Hi, Jessie.
hello, Jesse. I gotta change my YouTube title.
If you don't watch this stream, you're gay.
Creative title or something. Power melted.
What the fuck? Berloha, what are you doing? Babe, look at him. How you doing, Jesse?
Am I coming through?
Yeah. Wait, let me double check. Yeah, I can hear you, but let me check to make sure you're coming through on my stream. Go for it.
Okay, I'm talking.
Yeah. Yeah, it says you're coming through.
Yeah, I think it was just because the thing just broke.
Yesterday, yeah. These fries are really good today. Do I want
Oh, you know the guy you asked for the takeout box yesterday?
Yeah.
I genuinely think if he was there again today and had my food, I don't think he has a strong grasp in the English language,
Yeah.
so he won't take away.
Oh yeah.
That's more commonly used here rather than take out.
Okay. I didn't say take out. I said to go.
To go, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he would have learned like take away or take out or something like that.
Yeah.
Henyo. Okay, my mic coming through on my end.
All right.
Cool, you're coming through. Everything's good on my end. Yum 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 yum.
This guy. Swap this guy with this guy. Because both of these guys have workaholic, which drops the sanity slower, which is going to
Oh.
be good for these guys.
Nice. I keep causing myself to pick up whenever I drink.
But I just don't get it.
Trying to drown myself. I know my foot left ear.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
Thank you so much, Flip. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Swap Serene for you, man. I don't need to fight right now. I need to get these guys leveled up.
I'm in.
I'm gonna pick a random female and male so that later I can breed junk babies. There we go. Junk babies.
Let me check. Okay, I keep getting Swift Sky Marches, but nothing with Eternal Engine.
Yeah.
I have a lot of eggs to pick up. It's like the server's been running the entire time or something.
Crazy. Well, that's what you get for leaving all your cake in there.
I actually love this.
Good.
Even got a mutated egg which duplicated. We'll see what those twins are gonna be later.
Why did you attack the thing behind me, Ryuma?
Ryuma, sorry, pardon me, I am disgusting.
Yep. I leveled up. And the Menace thing's leveled up.
What level are you now?
I don't know. 76.
Oh, nice. Almost there. Very close. Oh, cool. I've got a good amount of crude oil to make a bunch of plasteel. That was my biggest limiting factor, was oil. How's my food doing? Yeah, fine.
Okay. I'm gonna take these guys. I think I'm gonna do. Let me see if I need to breed something to get a. If I can breed something to get a menacing Terra. Does that way I can just do that. I can breed this Terra with the menace things with something.
Yeah, I imagine you have what you need for it.
I imagine I do too. I just wanna before I take these over to the workshop.
Yeah.
Menacing to menacing Terra. Okay, I'm gonna place a prediction before I click this. My prediction is a fuddler. Nope, it's a Knocklumm. Fuck! I
A
don't
Knocklumm?
have a Knocklumm.
Well, we can catch
I
one.
can get one. Yeah, let's go get a Knocklumm.
It's up in the. Where am I? Oh yeah, over by the volcano. You want a hand or you good place up? I already defeated it apparently.
I will go do it. I'm just gonna go to the workshop really quick and drop off these guys. I don't know if I'm gonna be using a male or female. Actually, I'm gonna break this base too.
Power generation.
I broke my first base officially. I've officially moved.
Yippee! I died.
Okay. Um.
Yeah, I have the laser rifle, and it's an interesting gun. I thought it would be like an automatic, but it's semi-auto. I have to click each time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You should get. There's this PAL I saw that you should get. I don't remember. Oh yeah, the Xenolord. You should get the Xenolord. Because apparently,
The Xenolord, or the
Xenogard. Xenogard, I think, increases laser something or another.
Yeah, energy weapon damage. I
Are you
think.
guys all attacking the same fucking rock?
I think all the aliens increase.
Oh, they're all chopping wood. Shit. No, stop chopping wood.
Yeah, this is a full auto weapon. Swift.
You. Coalstone. Let's see. Hold on.
Any of these
Do
have,
sulfur coal.
Sky Marcher apparently has been on a mail.
Alright. Yeah, let's go.
None of them have what I want. It's unfortunate, but gilding. Go.
Hut.
What the fuck? Did I lose a fucking menace? No, I did not.
Pardon me? That was delicious. Oh my god. Ooh, I can get,
Okay, I shall go across to the other side. My bad. I had him at a stone pit, but one of the stone pits I'm using is like a plot, like just a like temporary, leaving it there until I can get the hexalite thing.
Oh yeah, I see.
So I placed it with the wrong one. It was not a sneeze. I laughed too hard and I got fries stuck in my throat.
No.
Oh my lord. Okay.
You need a pat on the back.
Jesus. I need to go get this Knock'em. Oh fuck. I should not go get a Knock'em with only my Ryuba. That's all I have in my pocket.
Yes, you should
He will kill it.
get stats or something from the Yakama if you're after passives.
Oh no, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I have the stats on the menace thing.
Let's make it that.
I have
Yeah, I just basically am waiting for eggs.
don't inhale French fries.
Yeah, the salt gets in your lungs and then that sticks for a bit.
Not gonna stop me from eating though.
Hmm.
I'll bring Gary with me. Come on, Gary. What if I need to sell something out on the fly?
Let's go, Gary. That's actually smart. Yeah, you can just sell whatever you want whenever you want.
I keep leaving this one random slot open. I might as well clear out some inventory space, you know, because sometimes I just kill bosses and I got an inventory filled with fucking... Actually, can I use him as a merchant out and about? Where are you? Where did you go? Gary!
Gary's scared.
He ran away!
Oh yes, there's not stuff to do.
Gary, stop trying to come back, Gary.
What's
Gary!
what's on the agenda today?
Okay, it does not look like I can sell to him out and about, so...
Okay, so it has to be.
Yeah, I'll just get him some levels, I guess, while he's in my pocket. On the agenda today,
Yeah,
let's
anything?
see.
Anything you
Menacing
doing?
miners, duelist, knock mine. Oh, boss wise? Oh, I don't know. What do you want to do?
I don't know.
I think we can visit Fabric, probably.
Probably. I think we're good enough level for favorite.
We could also do
Oh,
the
you got the
Fabric,
coffees.
the the Sakadrima. We can continue story stuff. I'm just
Oh
trying
yeah.
to still get some breeding done too.
Yeah, yeah. I've got a lot of breeding
The
left to do.
Celine.
Not just
I still don't know when the thing falls. Terra Fox, Sarah Chris. My guess, my assumption is going to be. What time is it? Soon. Soon. My guess is 4:30.
Okay, so you're guessing within 15 minutes. Not you're guessing 15 minutes, but it could be before then.
Could be before then, yeah. It could be after then. I don't know. I'm just
I
going
will
based
say.
on the fact that the server has not been turned off,
Mhm.
and I missed the Xenolord, or I missed the Celine earlier, and I
Yeah.
don't know what time that was at, but it was before you woke up, so I know that it was before like 2 something. So it could have been
Yeah.
at 1:30, which is when I thought that it was gonna happen.
Yeah, I could just do some stuff on Sakurajima.
Okay. Let's see.
No harm in getting the bounties. No harm in.
I got
How about some egg?
I bred 2 mufflies for my base. They're both alphas, alpha mufflies.
Oh my god, you're gonna be so big,
They're not big.
so big and fluffy,
They're not. They're not big. They're actually.
tiny and fluffy.
They're actually just. They're actually like just weirdly like normal sized.
So happens
They
when
are
they get alphas,
chunkier,
not
but they're
tiny.
chunkier, but like.
Oh, did they get bigger in the wider sense, not the
No, I mean
narrow?
they're bigger in the probably both, but like the fact that they were already tiny, they're still small.
Hmm. Honestly, those are the best things to make into.
Yeah, same reason I got Prunelia to be an alpha because like. What are you doing? She, she doesn't want to be near me. Oh my god, what the fuck are you doing, Fernelia? She doesn't like me. Every time I come over, she disappears. Fernelia, you're trying to talk.
He thinks you're
Fernelia, come back. Shit, I just call you Saturn. What are you doing? Oh, now I called her by her name and she stayed. Sorry, I'm still coughing up my fries.
Saffron.
Melana. What are you doing here? Why do
I
you
still
say
have my.
saffron? Why are you talking? Oh, what are you doing down here?
Yeah.
She keeps trying to set the food on fire. I don't understand. She's supposed to be upstairs cooking, and no. And by she, I mean he. They're all boys except
Just
for
said
one girl who is Marigold
I
is
just
the
said
only girl.
Poppy Marigold. Okay. Rowan Saffron. Nice. Oh, hi, Whippo. Hello.
Hi, Wippa.
Um. But yeah. I came over because I still had my egg team on me, and I swapped them out.
Oh, geez. I'm having them make 1,177 salads.
Ooh, nice.
They're really good at crops. I swear to God. I'm so glad I decided not to make like a separate crop farm and just do it here. Because that way I can have all my. Oh my God, Saturn. Saturn. Does she
What did
have
she do?
Swift? Does she have Swift?
She's zooming around the
She's
base.
so fast. What the fuck? I don't even think she has Swift. She doesn't have Swift. She doesn't have increased work speed. She has remarkable craftsmanship, work slave, hard skin, and serious. But what the fuck? Why is she so fast?
She's the zoomer. You have done a thing? Oh, you did a thing.
Why do I not? Oh, we need to share Chapman.
Oh yes, we're in the share chat thing. I just forgot to click it to start sharing.
Oh. Well,
No.
maybe now I'll know what he said.
All he said, I done a thing and got a jet dragon. Oh, nice.
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 Oh my god, she's so fast. She's helping transport. She's faster than the fucking.
Jet Dragon is the fastest mount,
Yeah.
but it apparently doesn't have great stamina, so maybe get some stamina things on it. Is all I can recommend. I haven't flown a Jet Dragon yet.
Alexa, what time is it? Okay. I'll wait around here before getting a Knocklim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't want the meteor to fall on the volcano area.
Yeah. I don't even know if it does, but I don't want to risk it.
Neither do I.
Oh yeah, she's fantastic. I love her. Was I the one that told you you could fly to the wind? You didn't know?
Yeah, Celine is wonderful. I still haven't got one yet in this.
I also have caught one that has Swift on it. Two that have Swift on it. I'm still waiting for Eternal Engine, which is why I'm carrying around Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog.
Is that his name? Sonic the Hedgehog?
No, it's just Sonic. I just thought of it just now.
Oh my god, you're so creative and
He tried to jump with her and went straight up. And we're like, wait a minute. Jump, jump. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And I'm just kidding. That's probably you probably.
Yeah, she's a really good flyer for like long distance.
Also,
stuff.
just so you're aware, she can also she doesn't go in the water. So like some flyers, the ones that have legs at least. So the ones that are just wings,
Yeah.
just the birds, they won't go in the water. But the ones that have legs, like the quiver and the frost quiver, anything that has legs will go in the water. It'll like if it runs out of stamina, it'll fall down and go in the water.
Basically anything you can run on the ground with.
Yeah, will like drown. Like if it runs out of stamina in the air and falls in the water, it will just like start drowning. Celine does not.
No, she does
But to be
not.
fair, I
She
think
probably
she
will.
technically. Oh no, she does have legs. Interesting. I never thought to look under her dress.
But I don't think she walks.
She does not walk. She hovers.
Yeah. So basically, if they walk on the ground, they swim, which is not what you want for any long distance flight across water.
You know how to get another one for Dommy? Okay, so basically, you're going to do exactly what I've been doing for the past few days. Okay. You're going to do...
Could be in a base, could be in storage somewhere.
So, meteors, you can only get them from Sakajirama. And they only come from meteor drops, not supply drops. You can get a supply drop or a meteor drop once every 180 minutes or 3 hours. So whenever I have this sign right here that says check again at 4:30, like 1:30 p.m. supply drop, check again at 4:30, that's what I'm doing. I'm waiting. So there's going to be a thing that flashes across my screen because I'm in this area. It'll say meteor drop or it'll be a supply drop. And then if it's a meteorite, it'll be a Celine. If it is a supply drop, it'll be random shit.
Random junk.
But the junk is good junk. It's just
not Celine.
It's just not Celine.
Oh yeah.
And then once that happens, then you have another 3 hours. So I recommend just like keeping track of what time it was that it falls, so that you can
It's not just the meteor in Sakura. It's the meteor anywhere in the world only falls once every 3 hours.
Yes, anywhere in the world. So if you're in a different region, and like earlier, I wound up getting a Xenogard because I happened to be at the time I was in the Sky Islands, right? And the meteor fell, and I was like, "Fuck, I missed it." I missed it because I didn't get Celine, but I did get a meteor fall, and I wound up getting a Xenogard because of it. So in Sakajirama, you will get a Celine. In the Sky Islands, you will get a Xenogard, and I think it's the desert. I think like this little deserty area here. I don't know about this big desert. The only places I've seen meteors fall is this desert that has Anubis, and I think there's just random other places they can drop to?
The landmass where the Wixen boss is and like the Lunaris, that entire landmass can have, and also where the
Okay.
Propel Alliance tower is,
Okay.
that can all have a meteor, but it's not the Xenogard, it's the other one.
The Xenolord, I think it's what it's called.
Not the Xenolord, no, that's the raid boss.
Oh, is that what that's called? Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah.
the Xeno something.
Yeah. Sakajurima is the area where the cherry blossom is. That's what I'm telling you, Whipper. You're not listening. Abre tus ojos. Or odios. Sorry, not ojos. Don't open your eyes.
Oh.
Sorry, I don't know why I just randomly went into Spanish there.
Yeah, the cherry blossom area up by the tower.
Yeah, it's called Sakajurima. That's what it's called. So if you think about it, Sakura is like, it's like Japanese cherry blossoms. Sakura. And then Jima,
Yeah.
because that's what it's called.
And yeah. Sakurajima was just the name of the update, so
Yeah.
the landmass also gets called it. I think the NPCs call it Sakurajima too.
Yeah, that.
Don't yell at me, ma'am.
Is there a reason my child wants to marry my husband?
That's a weird child, but we have watched some true crime where like
True.
a stepdaughter kills her mother to marry her stepfather or something like that.
What did I say? I said, is there a reason that my child wants? You called me mom, so that means I'm your mom, which means that you want to marry my husband for some reason.
I'm not your child, I'm your husband.
Yep, my child, that'd be you, Whipper, wants to marry my husband. That'd be Tristan. Lord Jesus Christ, he's cute. He is cute. You're not wrong about that.
Shake my head.
I think I got the Elphidron now. I think this one's good. I should go. I don't want to go.
What am I, an object?
Yes,
Ah.
objectifying you. So I have a Reptiro. I have. That's Anthony. I don't want Anthony. No, I just bred another aqua thingy.
Yeah.
I need to level that one though.
Can't even ride the Jet Dragon, saddle too high level for you? Or just have resources you don't have? That's saddle 79. Yes, it is. Ah, you're getting close.
Why does the explosion resistant undershirt look like muscles? Fake muscles. Corrosive mist mask and explosion resistant undershirt. How necessary is that going to be?
Is it like Hollywood explosion resistant? You can just tank it because you're buff.
Maybe. Ancient hatchery. Don't have that. I'm agree. A weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Oh.
This will.
I need to start grinding Coralum too. Oh fuck, I meant to rebuild my... Okay, hold on. Okay, I need to make a note. Because otherwise I'll forget and I can't leave right now. It's too close. Possibly. Okay, rebuild researcher and global PAL box. Oh, and mine cart. Oh, and fire thing. Hopefully I know what fire thing is later because it's in my head. Brazier. I'm gonna go ahead and fix that because I will.
You will just be like, what the fuck is fire?
Yep. I'm gonna be looking in the fucking trying to figure out. Oh, I do need to rebuild get the resources for a forge. But that's the whole reason I don't have anything working there right now is so that I can get more resources. I need to get the electric generating pals. Excuse me, I don't like you. I don't like you.
No, she doesn't like
Go kill him. Go kill him.
She loves me.
Go kill him. Over there. He's over there. Go get him.
Yeah, how have you been doing lately, Whipple?
How close do we have to be, bruh? He's clearly right there. Where'd you go? What are you attacking? Oh, shit. Fuck him. Kill him. Kill him. I said fuck him. That's not what I meant. Don't fuck him. Kill him.
What the fuck?
The soot's here.
Oh my god, that's gonna be very ethereal. Quite ghostly.
Wait the hell. See, I don't know if the time got messed up because it went past midnight or if the time got messed up because nobody was online. I
Yeah,
just got
pretty
onion seeds. I'm just letting you know. I just got onion seeds from a valet.
Nice.
I don't know if you need onion seeds.
No.
Okay. Oh.
I had enough on this seat. But thank you for... That's good to know, actually.
Yeah.
It's not hard to get through a valet with plenty of onion and patience.
I'm on a highway to hell. What was I gonna try and breed?
You wanted... base pals?
Yes, but there was one in particular I was going to breed. Oh, I was gonna bring the menacing Terra.
Yes, the menacing. Yeah.
Well, since I'm not there, I might as well try and breed. No, I'm not breeding the Reptiros. The whole reason I didn't do this is because I did not have a Foxicle. Right, okay. I was like, why haven't I done this yet? This seems obvious. No, it's because I don't have a fucking... How do I get a Rayhound?
Greyhound?
Yeah, how do I get a Rayhound out of something that I already have? That might have... That has a remarkable craftsmanship.
What do you have with remarkable craftsmanship?
Let's see. I've got a Lylene Noct, an Ophidia, a Lulu, a Prunelia. I've got a Wumpo Botan. I've got a chicken. I've got a cow. I've got a bee. I've got Menacing. I've got Reptiro.
Is it on a Patelli?
I've got a Muffly. Yes.
Okay, Patelli, Ignis, and Sparkus.
Okay. Cool.
Or Patelli, Ignis, and Depresso, or Lift Monk. There's a few with the Patelli, Ignises.
Okay. Who is getting born today?
That would just, yeah, straight up be a Rayhound.
Let's go with Saffron. Saffron also has Artisan, so...
Saffron just getting bread at the grocery store.
I guess a big one would also be like what opposite gender thing I have. Okay, what was it? With what?
Patelli, Ignis, Sparkus. Patelli, Ignis, she's got 3 options.
Well, hold on, let me find the Sparket. Yeah, that's a girl. Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. Great with a sparkler, perfect.
Get in there. I believe in you guys. Make. Hmm. I'm gonna need 2 ray hounds because that's gonna need a lot of power for that base. Because I also have to make a crude oil thingy. I love where I put my base. Like, I have been trying so fucking hard to find a way to build a workshop within one of the cities. I am so happy.
I am glad. I am really glad. The cities are so nice.
They look cool. And I'm thinking about recoloring the walls to be the same color as the city walls.
Ooh, that'll be cool.
Maybe. It might be cool. It might not be cool. I don't know.
Maybe we shouldn't have done this on inventory.
Alexa, what time is it?
I'm trying to actually kill these bastards. Oh, I'm dead.
It's 4:35 p.m. So it's past 4:30. I don't know when it fell last time. And I'm wondering if there was an issue with the fact that I wasn't here and maybe it just fell later. I'm just gonna still wait. I'm still gonna wait.
Yes, best bet just to still wait.
Because I'm getting some breeding done. Might as well.
Nothing wrong with hanging out at base, waiting for things to happen when you're...
These flowers are so pretty.
Flowers?
Yeah, there's some flowers in Sacadrima behind my base. They look really nice. It's like a little meadow, a little flower patch here. Me. Sonic's Trust rose to 8. Which is good because I will zoom that girl right off a mountain. I found the dungeon. Is that the one you're in?
What's the time left on it?
125.
Minutes. Wow.
125 minutes and 15 seconds.
Oh, then I haven't done it. When you finish a dungeon, like after you kill the boss, it drops to like 10 minutes before it closes.
You know, I could just catch this fucking menacing Terra. But actually, that's not really going to help me out because I need that particular perk on it. I could just catch this menacing Terra while holding Bobette the Builder. And see what happens. It's a 40% chance, yeah. Of getting one at least. Okay. Alright, let's go, Bobette. Then I'll have to breed something with the menacing Terra. Probably. Wee Maria. We have a West Side Story. You're up in this island. Just like a movie star. Oh, Maria, Maria. You're in the ball, bitch. How did I get knocked off my mount? have the ability to knock me off my mount? That's very rude.
Yeah, some things do just knock you straight off the mount. It's really weird. Cool.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, straight up knocks me off. Can you stop trying to attack Bobette? It's not nice. Attack me instead. Oh my lord. Damn it! Are you fucking kidding me? He killed himself. You wanna know how he killed himself?
Yeah.
The menacing Terra.
What the fuck did he do?
I was on my mount. The Holy Burst would have had Mercy hit,
Yeah.
but he knocked me off my mount. So the Holy Burst did not have Mercy hit.
He just wanted to die. He's just like, kill me.
Swear to God.
Timing.
So bad. I did not like that ability. Hopefully the next one does not have that ability. However, it's really cool, but I hate it.
You just want to stay on the mount.
Yeah. Alright, Bobbit, you're going to the box. And I'm gonna swap in whoever I had before, which was I don't know. Ah, shit, somebody's trying to... What's attacking? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. What the fuck? What's attacking over here? How did my cow die? Or how did my cow get attacked? Who died? Who got attacked? Oh, Abushi came into the base. I see, I see. I'll be safe and warm. Oh, it was the Grintail. Hey, Gemini. Where's Gemini? California dreamers, it's such a winter's day. Nothing federal church. I left along the way. Got down on my knees and I began to pray. How long am I gonna be here? To be fair, this is just what happens. I don't fucking know. I don't know anything. Like, I don't know when it's supposed to fall, so I've just gotta wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd rather know the time.
Yes. The most important thing is to know the time. Then you can actually predict it.
Exactly.
Actually, it's not even predicting it. It is on the dot 3 hours.
Mm-hmm. It is very accurate.
Teleporting back to my base. There's no meteors.
You know what I think maybe happened? Is maybe the server restarted last night. Because remember, that happens sometimes.
It does happen sometimes. So then it'll be on a different 3-hour cycle.
But how long would it have gone down for? We don't know. All I know is it's been a while since that one went down. Actually, what's good to know is that I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. And I was streaming when it went down.
Mm-hmm. That is important to know.
So depends on... There it is. Meteorite descent in progress.
Perfect.
Okay, Alexa, what time is it? 4:43.
So the next one will be at 7:43. Got a Gildane with just Eternal Engine? I'll take it, but...
Alright, let me make sure I have Sonic. I do. Need anybody who feels the way I do about you now. Body feels the way I do about you now.
Did get his Xeno Lord back.
Nice. I'm not getting off. Or you get killed by something else.
Let me come to here and give that over to the chest next to you. Did you get it?
I got something. I got the Celine. I got,
Did it have Swift again?
no.
Should I have?
Mastery of fasting. So I guess that'll be good for later. That'll be a good work one. That's nice.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, nice weapon.
Not what I
Gotta
fucking
focus
had.
now.
I mean,
Yeah, you just randomly got a lucky passive on it. Just not the non-random one your Yakamo has that you're winning.
yeah, that was weird. Okay, well now I know. This is good news, good news, good news. Okay. So I can now stop putting honey in the fucking chest. There should be enough room in. Oh, I see. No, I don't see. Why have you been putting in the chest, you lazy fucks?
Sometimes it's just time to be a lazy fuck. I don't believe this is...
Oh, I have 2 speed elixirs. Don't know where those came from.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Bean.
I love you. Oh no, this is the right one.
Alright, so we need to go get a Noclum, and we need to put this... We'll put the Ephedrine away first. Then we'll go get something else.
Magic card?
Oh wait, the Ephedrine leveled up because I caught the... Okay. Did you say Magic Corp?
Yeah. Card, magic card. It escaped in chat.
Oh, okay. I was so confused.
Why do these keep missing? What the fuck? Go.
I think I was gonna build the mine cart.
All I had to do was use nearly all my... Ooh! Diamond Body and Vampiric on a... Pilot Ignis.
Nice.
Make it a battler.
Good.
It actually had decent traits as well.
Why is it stressed? Okay.
Lucky creature around somewhere. Oh, it's a battalion.
Well, you know what's good about these two menacings having a missing perk?
What's that?
I can just put a new perk on them that, I don't know, reduces sanity loss or something. No, 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 hold on. What does it take to make the beta thingy? Alpha wave generator, refined, corrosive. Yeah, I'm just gonna make that. Wait, I still want to put the perk on it. Hold on. Nothing, nothing,
Hey, Lucky
nothing.
Sadist and Vampire. Okay, okay.
What?
Called the Lucky Patelia.
I see.
Petalia.
Talia.
Potato bat.
Potato. You think she's prettier than me?
I like potatoes. I like you like watermelon. Watermelon. One hard thing about being on the ground is it's really difficult to spot some of the schematic towers, so I don't know if I got them all or not in Sakura June.
I see. You know what's really good way to find all the schematic towers?
Have a flyer.
Well, I was gonna say, have somebody ask you to look for a dragon egg.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It works every time.
Every time, all the time. Just because I've been doing dungeons, I'm gonna hit level 80 soon. But the dungeons, if you get all the chests, it's so much XP, and then you get a bunch of XP for clearing the dungeon as well. The Quiff and Bowtons look fucking dead when they're sleeping in the wild.
Do they?
Yeah, like just like face plant on the ground.
What medicine do I need for overfull? What medicine do I need for overfull?
It will say on the medicine. It probably is the pills. My guess.
I'll just check.
So you'll say on
I'm gonna make a clinic when I get there too. But I don't think I have anybody.
it. I think I've got all this.
Now it's the low grade medical supplies.
I was wrong. How will you ever recover from this betrayal?
There you go. How dare you be wrong about something? Oh my god.
I really should know more.
You should.
To be fair,
How dare you not know everything?
My pals just don't really get sick, so I never really have to do them.
Are you saying that this is my fault?
Yeah, definitely.
Agad. Agad, how dare.
Also, fracture for the pill, and the syringe does a weaken the depressed. Oh my god, I wish I could be stabbed by a syringe and no longer be depressed.
Temporary.
Permanent.
It won't be permanent. It's temporary. Now, who is it that's over full? Is it you?
Me.
Oh, you're resting. Oh, you're taking a...
Me after those chippies.
Oh, it's you. Okay. Feed. Take this medicine since you're over full. Come here. Oh, yeah, you're a good menacing. Good job. Okay. Oh my god, he got so happy. He did little happy hops. They're so cute.
I love you.
What was you? Alright, is that the only one that was over full? We all good now? That one's sanity is dropped pretty low. I'm gonna go ahead and
Magical, wonderful, wonderful, Vodako. She's my wife. I'm interested in making the boost gun at some point as well. It's a weapon that, like, you shoot into your pals and it boosts their attack and defense. And there's like a more advanced boost gun that does better.
Let's see. What I need for the clinic? Cloth. Clean cloth.
We should make the
Where the
actual
fuck is
website.
my music?
Yeah, it just ended. And it hasn't. I guess the playlist ended.
I guess. Let me see. Let's start. What are we listening to now?
Fly Like a Bird, Nelly Furtado. I don't know if she does that, but
16 kids kept in 12 by 12 foot room covered in feces. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. That's terrible. But like that was on my apparently previously watched things. That's why I have to listen to true crime.
yeah. Spotify is inundated with a true crime.
Alright, can you hear music now?
Fall asleep to it. I cannot, but I can probably just rejoin the playlist. Give me a second. Probably don't have to restart the jam, but it's possible.
Let me know.
The jam. The jam. Well, listen to Let Me Love You until you know that. Perfect. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a wonderful time.
Nope, everybody's having a terrible time.
I hope everyone's depressed and like the world is about to end. Yeah, so commit crimes.
Okay, I'll give you a
drugs
I'll give you
or
some
something,
I'll
I
give
don't
you a
know.
shot. So you won't be depressed no more.
Oh no. Oh no, my brain.
No! Tristan!
I didn't remember his old problem.
No. Let me see if I can get a small baby in here. His medicine.
It's the bounties I want from you. Probably. Artisan could be good for my base pals.
I don't like the fact that the prickster is good at medicine.
Let's get Artisan for base pals. The
The
Brickster?
prickster has 2 medicine.
Oh my.
I am gonna use
My love, should I do something stupid?
always.
What?
I'll just put that there for now. We'll see how I feel about him. He looks like a dog. No, damn it, I thought his coat was white.
I thought it was gonna be stupid, but it was not stupid. I'll put him in your bin.
What is it? What'd you do?
No one saw me.
Did you catch a guy?
I did indeed catch a guy.
Ooh. I need to know.
I have no idea how no one saw me.
I'm going to the base to see who the fuck you caught.
Where did you... Oh wait, no, he's at the workshop.
If I put my men?
Yeah. I'll let you put him wherever you want, but...
Are you going to the workshop?
I can go to the workshop.
No,
yeah.
I'm here. I'm here at the house.
Okay. I'll put him in there. We need to name him.
What the fuck is this? Oh, that's Tristan. I was looking at you.
He's down here.
You caught a PDIF bounty officer?
Yep, we can hand in our bounties. The
Oh
bounty
my
token.
gosh. That's convenient.
I threw an ultra, like an ultimate ball at it,
Yeah.
and it just fucking like bounced off a pillar.
That fucking works, I guess.
Let me go to a.
He's
that
apparently
thing.
mining. I don't know what he's mining. There's nothing in my base to mine. But sure. Go off, I guess. Fuck are you mining? There's nothing in here to mine. What are you mining?
Oh,
He's all excited. He's like, I did it! Even though there's nothing here.
yippee! Oh, this one's gonna be a lot harder.
Alright, his name is going to be... His name's Officer Beppis.
Epic.
Officer Beppis. Okay, to you. I looked down and saw my Pepsi. It was like, Beppis, I guess. Her.
Perfect name.
Gotta get some cake. Gotta get some cake. Gotta get some cake to give those guys, because I have not replaced my Rayhound, or gotten a Rayhound.
Have
Oh, right.
done something else now.
Oh my god. What else did you catch?
The answer, well, the question should be, who else did you
Who
catch?
else did you catch?
He was a lot harder. I was just spamming hyperspheres at him because, while getting shot by TDIF officers, but,
Oh my lord.
I now have a, metal merchant,
Alright.
so we don't need to leave the base to sell stuff, to hand in our dog coins, or hand in the bounty tokens.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
It's a chunky boy, too.
yeah, it was level 50. He just sat there throwing 5% hyperspheres at his head.
Mm.
Oh, it had ultra spheres. I could have increased the chance. Whoops. Oh well. Hyperspheres work. Gay fox noises indeed,
Hey,
Octavia.
Octavia. Alright, I'll go to my workshop. I'm gonna put set something up.
Welcome in, Octavia. It's good to see you. I'll go to the workshop as well. I'm right here. So
Basically, I think I'm just gonna set up some primitive workstations because they're small.
yeah. Oh, you could set up the sandbags.
No, that looks weird here.
Oh yeah, it would look weird there. Your old workshop would look fine, but. He's a sadist with a vampiric. We'll never go to sleep. We can always sleep. We can always hand in our dog coins.
Nice.
Actually, it has not terrible. I mean, they're low level, but it's got a wide range of things you can do.
Alright, I'm going to go get...
The giant.
Oh my god! Put the Gatling gun away, dude!
You're not in combat, man.
Hopefully, because I have him sitting at a station, he'll put the gun away.
Let me make a cloth here. Okay, he puts it away when he's working. And he pulls it back out. That bastard.
Coming back, I'm bringing, Officer Beppis. Did you name the token guy?
No, I haven't.
Name him!
Metal merchant.
Alright, I'm gonna name him. Don't worry.
Oh, you got it?
Yep, I thought about it. There we go.
Fat Boy Slim.
Perfect name.
All right, where's Greg?
How are you doing, Octavia? It's good to see you. All those gay fox emotes and noises. It's a cute emote.
Gary, Officer Beppis, and Fat Boy Slim.
No. I just have to be careful when I go over there to do stuff because if you have things in storage, I could end up spending tokens by accident.
Oh yeah.
I will be careful whenever I go. Or we just use your workshop as the hub for all of our dog coins and bounty tokens.
Okay.
That works.
I am going to swap Greg with Fat Boy Slim so that Fat Boy Slim's down on the end. There we go. Now their guns are getting progressively bigger.
Just stuck with them out constantly.
Now we only need one more guy. Although to be fair, like where that guy is really the only place that actually makes sense for him, so never mind. We need a meat merchant. So, oh, I forgot to tell you, I actually had somebody stop by my base today.
Oh.
I had a visitor, and he said that he was a blacksmith and that he was learning the trade, and he gave me like a bunch of refined, or he gave me a bunch of quartz and then left.
Oh yeah.
I just thought it was
Nice.
I was like, okay.
That is nice. Yeah, I've had Ooh, this would be- Oh no, and they're just pegging.
I don't know what you just said, but I heard I think I'm just gonna peg him.
Oh no.
Who are you pegging?
I guess it wasn't exactly pegging, but
Who are you pegging?
I put 2 male Gadanes in because the things were better. I was like, wait, no, can't do that, and I had to swap them back.
Yep, I wanted to get my thing out, so instead of hitting left bumper, I hit right bumper and threw a legendary spear at the ground. As you do. This is the Knucklam.
Yeah, so these.
Excuse me, Sir Knucklam, I need you to breed with my scorpions. Or Mem Knucklam, who am I? I don't know.
We are accepting here.
Get in the box. 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 He's gonna get pissed off at me. Get in the box. Excuse me.
Who are you traumatizing this time?
Knucklam. Get in the box.
Deserved it. Should have gotten in the first.
He's on 1 health. There he goes. Heavyweight and cold-blooded. Let's see. He is a girl.
Yippee! That's what you wanted, right?
It didn't matter.
Oh, yeah.
I just gotta breed it with my scorpion. I think I know exactly which one's gonna get fucked. That sounds terrible. Should I do the stressed out one?
Sounds great.
Hey, I see you're stressed out. Would you like to relax? Come back to my place. I'm gonna have you boink this giant robot.
You're supposed to grow calluses down there, right?
Oh no. You're a hippo, baby. I love you.
Oh my god, you got hair patch?
Yeah,
Nice.
jealous.
People that. No.
The fries are too cold. Okay, that's too big. Do I want a giant Rayhound? I don't think so.
Are these wave generators? I don't think I do. I think it'll be like over here somewhere.
To get, I don't care if you got Swift or not. You don't need to be Swift. You're a Rayhound. Remarkable craftsmanship, brave, insomnia, and serenity. Actually, that's not too shabby. But I don't really need you to have brave and serenity. However, insomnia is great. Alright. Alright, let's see. I just wanna know this moment. Furious. Awesome sauce, and I'm gonna breed together. Wait, are you just gonna get? Okay, I guess I can get another one from you guys, right? I just wanna live this moment.
Flame always wanted. Oh.
Ranch dressing. Ranch dressing. Ew, what?
Let me flipping up some ranch dressing.
Gross. Gross. Nasty. Yuck.
Gross. Cheese.
Shiz. Gus. Shiz. Luscious.
These shoes are gross.
Dishes are hot. Dishes are gross. Dishes are not.
I love that you showed me that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my lord. That is quite the breeding pair.
Oh?
Scorpion and the
Full
Knuckle.
stacks.
Scorpion and Knuckle. Just so I can
a mummy
have.
scorpion and a daddy little knock on.
Just so I can
no,
have.
I will be right back.
Okay.
I'll put myself in the be right back screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, These?
I'm gonna have a menacing Terra. True. You've made. Is that where you've been gone this whole time, Jesse? Damn. Extra that, I need that. I might as well pop over to see if I can catch that foxicle, see if it's a girl this time, because every single time I catch it, it's a boy. Somehow there's a mushroom in the kettle. That sounds gross. Hold on a second. Hold on. Is it like it's been that dirty, so it's growing mushrooms? Is that what you're telling me? Because that's gross. Bessie, you told me you just cleaned. You telling me you're growing mushrooms in your kettle? Then I have chopped mushrooms and a piece isn't. Oh, you chopped mushrooms in a piece of it. Then okay, okay. That's much better. Just be friends with me. Thank you. Now to go find out if you are the right gender, I guess. I almost read that wrong because I say I chop mushrooms into pieces in the kettle, right? Makes sense. Right. But my brain is really stupid. So the first thing I read was I chopped mushrooms and then in other news, a pie is in the kettle. What? Excuse me. I really hope this is a female. Every fox I've gotten is a boy. They're all gay. All the foxes are gay. Oh look, another gay fox. Do I even have a Rept Hero that has like a female Rept Hero? Rept Heroes are. I do have a female Rept Hero. It doesn't have Vampiric or Demon God, but I have a female Rept Hero. Can make it work. Na 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 na, every day, like can we play? Stardew? You have a new addiction to Stardew? Oh, that's relatable. Stardew is so great. Okay. Let's see, miners, like kindling. I'll give these to the Rept Hero first, but after we get them to 4 stars. Your farm's called Bottom Hollow Farm. I love that. What is your favorite thing? Have you ever played, are you body me with your stuff? I love that. Have you, oh my god. Wow. Have you, what's your favorite thing? Okay, it's your first time playing? Oh, that's amazing. What's your favorite thing? Would you list as your favorite thing? No, you like Elliot. No, no, no. Your favorite thing. Whenever you started and you made your character, and it said your favorite thing, what did you list? Pickles? Okay. That will come up later. Why are you crying? It's okay, you can like pickles. I was just curious. You can like pickles. Pickles are great. Gigantic furnace, advanced sphere assembly line. Ugh. I don't wanna. I love pickles. I buy like 15 jars a month. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. Like, I get it. Pickles are great. I used to buy that many pickles. Or I need what do I need? The giant furnace, because I want to make that. Polymer 100 plus steel 150, computer 12. Okay, let's start with the computers, because I fucking hate those. What do we need? 2 bio batteries. But we need 12, so 24 bio batteries. And for bio batteries, we need refined ingots. Okay. Who's our highest fire right now? Not fire. Kindling. Alright, I guess you'll have a temp. His attack is 666. He is the demon. You'll be our temporary furnace dude. Alright, we're gonna make 200, I think. Yeah, let's do that. And we'll come back. I think Tristan went to the bathroom, and I have to pee. Should I hit him? Alright, let's wait here and see what we get here, because technically speaking, we only need 2 menacing terras, and for all I know, they both get exactly what I need. Although I will be breeding later for trash. Don't act all shocked. Don't act all surprised, Lunang. She's so pretty. Ooh, look at this fucking base layout stuff. This, and 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 this. Everybody here is so fucking pretty. Even the chicken. Okay, don't ignore those guys. Very nature core. Okay, this is very odd. The world changes clothes, and you be a mess. Like a bird. Wow. I have to pee so bad. Have her make some palladium. Caldium. Let's make 24 bio thingies. Stop! I'm not trying to write it, I'm trying to make shit, dude. I'm gonna go check the bathroom. He's gonna be in there. I'm gonna cry. Wait up the mic so that you guys didn't have to hear that because I dropped it. But yeah, he's in the bathroom. I'm gonna cry. Now we need to make what? Computers. And we can make 10 because we need more plasteel, yeah? Yeah. Hi Lucy, how are you? Where have you been this whole time? Jeez. I've been here for like 4 hours. I've built an entire fucking base. To be fair, I built the base before I started streaming. I forgot to go live. I got so caught up. Just woke up? Yeah. I'm drinking a Monster and I really have to pee, but Tristan's in the bathroom. Temporarily put these lights here. No, not stretching. I have to pee. Oh my god. Babe, look. You want King mine back, but still.
Workers
I have to pee.
harder.
Hey, I'm back. Oh, hello, Lucy. You got first today. Nice.
Surprising, Whipple was here earlier and didn't get first. Just slacking. How you doing, Lucy? You just woke up? Hope you have a good morning. Everything about my wife is good. I love her so much. Feeling great now? Nice. You enjoying how much more we're streaming lately? Please. That's what I'm after for these guys soon. Oh lord. Oh, yeah, my exposition. I think I sent one out last month. I was clicking it when I got on today. Let me condense all of these spare Gildane. The ones that didn't get sent on the expedition, which is all of them perfect.
None of them are fantastic, but they're solid okay. They're the best females so far. Ooh, you're a really good male. Hello. Family bathroom bonding time.
Hey, Psycho! 40 stream streak, damn.
So psycho. So many streams you made it to.
It's over to I put our hands up, look up, I can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. And at the moment, hot as a night, like it's over, so we put our hands up. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. People are so happy. What I still need. Plasteel. I see. Look, I'm gonna need you to stop making refined ingot. And we're moving on to plasteel.
Yeah, it's down my Gildane to just 3.
The moment, fight till the night, we'll fight till it's over, so we'll put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. I only got like 2 eggs from those, and I'm like, for all I know, these 2 could be the perfect, exact what I need menacing terrors.
They could
I was
be
like,
theoretically.
let's see what we got. Now it's got vampiric. This Rayhound has demonic. Or demon goth. I don't want these. And they're also alphas. What the fuck? I'll have to breed Rayhound with Rayhound again. And wait to see what this menacing Terra is. Na 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 na. Hey. Na 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 na. Hey, hey. This is a girl and this is a girl, so that's gonna be a weird breeding combination. Na 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 na. Hey, 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 hey.
Really, I'm after diamond body.
Night is the night. We'll let the over, so we'll put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling hold us. Night is the night. We'll let the over, so we'll put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. God. So he's a foxicle. We only have a boy. Dazzy, we still need to get a Dazzy. Still need to get a Celine. A working one and a fast one. Working on that, working on that. That's done. So we're gonna get rid of the ones we've done. Yep, done this one.
Nice. Ooh, I hear a raid. I think it's at my base.
I have a visitor. You have a visitor. Somebody has it. It's not me.
Probably me, soon as I have a raid.
Menacing Minor 4. Menacing Terra Minor 2. So I'm gonna go ahead and actually delete this. I don't know why I rewrote that. I said to ya, I'll be there for ya. Rebuild researcher global power box. Okay, yeah, I should get to that. Well, I did the last part. Okay. Oh no, the raid's at my house.
Oh, the right is at yours. Okay.
The fuck? Where's the guy?
Nasty.
Oh, there he is. Now he shows up.
Sometimes I like hiding.
Hiding that, bruh. Are you on my roof again? Why are you out here?
ありがとう。
So,
10,000 gold. You know what? Alright. No. No.
I'll come and help with this one.
It's fine. I'm very curious to see if it's going to break any of my furniture. I think they can handle it. I just think it's going to break those 2 pieces of wall at minimum.
Hopefully not, fingers crossed, but yeah,
Yeah, those
the
pieces of
outside
wall
of
are
the
very
room.
good. Believe that when I leave, there's nothing up my sleeve but love for you and a little time to get your head together too. Out of a bit I knew, still gotta look like you. Alright, we need now still 2 menacing terror. Okay. Those are trash. Thank you for the head bath, Lucy. I'll be here in 2 minutes. 3 minutes-ish. 2-ish, 3-ish minutes. I swear to ya, I'll be there for ya. This is not a drive-by.
Want to head back? No? Okay,
Really right now.
that's okay.
So. How do you have mastery of fasting and bottomless stomach?
They're built different.
Probably
whatever.
because he's been fasting so much. He's starving. So his stomach is bottomless.
Probably.
Davia, thanks for the resub. I love you.
Oh, Octavia! 9 months of Prime. Oh my god, it's a Twitch baby.
Hey. What am I missing? Circuit board. Scenes. I don't know why some of my alerts work and some of them don't, and they all come from the same fucking source, so I don't know. No idea. Okay, so I'm working towards the gigantic furnace. I'm just letting you know.
I've been slowly working towards that. Do you want to combine resources?
I would like to. What do you mean combine resources?
I'm missing flame organs. I've got everything else. I can come bring them to you, put in your workshop.
I have tons of flame organs. You need some? Grab some flame organs. I mean, just grab them. I have 993. I think you can afford. I can afford to lose some, bruh.
Oh, in your workshop?
Yes.
Nice. Okay. I guess that's where. I guess yeah. You have been on earlier, so you get the
Yeah.
the fresh full batch of
Yeah, exactly.
ranch ingredients.
Just get them.
That's good, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Um.
And then also I'm gonna go over and help with your raid just in case. I mean, they definitely got the raid. It's just,
Oh, it's here now.
yeah.
Can you do my raid for me? While I'm crafting.
It's so chaotic.
The raids stress me out, dude. I usually pay it off. But it's 10,000 and I want to. My chicken!
It's full of Produras and Verdashes. Okay, first wave done. Oh wow, they spawn right on your base border.
Yeah. I bet you're thinking that's nice.
Oh yeah, so nice.
154. I'll go there. I'm on my way. Got bounced by a prickster. Good job.
Look, I was trying to figure out where they spawned, and then they spawned all around me.
Yeah. But at least they didn't break the floors. That's something. How did I start climbing my wall? Okay.
Outside the.
They
the
did break my wheat.
No.
How did they do that? Oh, I guess it is a lot of damage.
There was a lot of them all attacking at once. in
Where
that
are
spot.
you?
Just over the walls. Like outside.
Oh. Damn it. I gotta start paying
I
those.
get why that's stressful if that's where they spawn.
Yeah. If it was elsewhere, that'd be fine, but they spawn like right on this thing.
Uh-huh. I'm thinking that's the reason it's not raid proof, is because like I think the last time your base might have been like slightly further back by like a couple of pixels. And it stops them from spawning.
Right?
It's the only explanation. But hey! Decent resources, decent dog coins.
Thing is, there's no way it could have been more back. Because, like,
Yeah, there is another way.
because before
Only
it was like,
double,
oh,
but pretty damaged.
they'll take care of the walls. I'm not worried about the walls.
Yeah.
They'll fix them. It's the good thing about having a bunch of POWs. Now I need wheat seeds. Where the fuck did my wheat seeds? Just don't have any fucking wheat seeds now, I guess.
No, I didn't pick them up. Someone's probably transported them.
Well, then they'd be in a storage.
They could be actively transported. Oh yeah, they would be in a storage. Did it fall underneath? No, I don't see it under the foundation.
They broke my wheat seeds and then ran away with them. They were like, I really need wheat. One of you fuckers did it.
There's skull on the battlement. I think I've got some spare ones in my base.
And the
so I'll
weird
go-
thing is I have. Oh, never mind. Hold on. I have one wheat seed. That's fine. I'll just talk to Gary.
I think I have some spare. Yeah, I got spare wheat. I can come. I got it. Okay. You're welcome, honey. Gary doesn't get money today. Fuck you, Gary.
Either with the main component. Is there like a turret or something I could build to just put there? Tell them to fuck off.
There's the fences you can build, but it isn't like an automatic thing. Something has to be on it. You're welcome, honey. The crazy thing is, you like never got raids until they started being difficult raids.
I got one that was like I don't know how much that one costs. Why did you do that, Prunelia? Are you okay? What is wrong? Flora.
She's drunk. What's she doing?
Flora and Prunelia just jumped off the edge.
Oh.
Flora, what you delivered her?
I want to break free.
I want to see how you plan on getting back up here.
I'm gonna just like do all the.
Cornelia jumped back up here. I don't know how. A very fucking high ass jump. But Flora's like, I'll walk it. No worries. That's why she's always like so far back here. Cause like she falls down and has to walk back around. Whereas Cornelia is just like smart and will use this little jumpy spot. She's like, all right, just there, boom. Because since there's no more you, there's no more anniversary. What breaks if you break? Okay, I'm gonna ask. Okay, ChatGPT. What breaks when you break your PAL box if I move it? Question. Thank you so much. Building stay, production line stay, chest and content stay, breeding farm stay, ranches stay, electricity setup stay. PALs go back to your PAL storage. Anything that requires being set up inside a base will stop functioning. Assembly lines, even though you say that the production lines stay. Furnaces, even though that's part of the production lines. Ranches, breeding farms, even... Oh, they stopped working. Okay. Inactives longer inside a base boundary if you move the power box within the same base to make things watch out for the new blue circle.
Kind of smell like a baka.
Lucy got a bunch of points and he doesn't know what to do with them. Okay, I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna try and move my PAL box. It is going to be so slight. It is going to be such a slight movement. I don't know what is going to get destroyed in the process. I'm worried that the breeding farms are going to get destroyed. I know it says it won't, but I think that they might.
That's a cute. Yeah, I've been wanting to like slightly move my my base for a little bit as well. I feel like based off of that, it wouldn't be too bad.
I just want to move it back slightly. I put it like right on the fucking edge. And I've been wanting to move it back slightly anyways, but... Okay, alright.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it.
Working through the town.
Structures not placeable outside of bases will be disassembled. Some structures will not be disassembled and will remain. All PALs at this base will be stored in your PAL's pocket. Let's see what broke. Okay. For future reference, the compressor will break. The big electric tower. The ranch will break. Trying to pick up everything. It doesn't look like crop plots will break. There is now a dog in my base. My egg hatchery things will break. Shit. Okay, my hatcheries break. My breeding things do break.
Fucking the ovens break.
They break.
Yep.
My chests are still here.
Weirdly, the mill doesn't break.
The
but
surgery table doesn't break. The mill
That's
doesn't
good.
break. The what was behind the mill did break though, which was the cooler thingy.
The crusher, the cryogenic
No,
crusher.
that's the thing where they chilled out.
The cooler feeder or the refrigerator?
The cooler for the pool, the sauna. I don't know.
Oh, the hot tub.
Hot tub. That's the one.
The
Fridge break? Yes, it did.
your essence condenser will break.
Did you break yours?
Yeah.
We're like, just fuck it. Let's just do it.
Band-aid off.
Messy, but
Matter circuit boards? Crude oil? Oh yes. A necessity.
is a necessity. I agree.
Oh, I've got to fucking break these trees again.
I will take this egg back and give you honey. Okay, I will take this egg back and give you wheat. And this egg back and give you more wheat.
Well, I think I solved the
I
problem
think I can move.
with my base. I think the enemies will now spawn across the bridge. I hope.
The gremlin cooker. Oh. Ah, everything's so heavy. I don't even have the stuff in my inventory to make a power box.
Well, there's work.
I have cakes in a chest right now.
This was the commission called cement. Oh, this was I don't know what was here.
What is so heavy? Oh, that's probably 1,000 pounds of cement. And 400 pounds of eggs. Oh shit. Like a pornography poster, I saw her apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Please.
Good thing is if you don't sort, but like if you sort before you break it and then don't sort, all your pals will be at the back of your box. The monitoring stand, 4 weeks, senior research.
So they'll be at the back?
Yeah, they'll be at the end of your pal box. Yeah, oh, it's the old furnace, which I don't need that anymore. I can make this. Right. Addition. This over here is the Anubis statue.
Bless you. Bless you, Jesus.
Medicine workbench, and oh my god,
Hmm.
I should have collected my eggs.
Yep. I'm glad we did that together at least. At least we're not alone in all the mess that we have to pick up.
What was this one? This one was Palmetto Electric Organs. Ah, yes. Structure.
Says, oh, seems to be a good worker. Are you stressed out? Confused.
I think when it says like seems to be a good worker, it's just
It
like,
says seems to be a good worker, but it's flashing red for some reason.
oh,
What does that mean?
weird.
Wow, shit, baby. Hungry? What's the problem? Both fine. I'm so confused why that one's flashing red. What's wrong? I don't understand why it's flashing. Okay, no, it's not. Okay, whatever. I rebuild the fridge because there's cakes everywhere. Not in fridge.
Patron's got cake down here, or did I finish cake? Got cake down here. I need to tell, that one could go there, that would go there. Ranch thieves, lane. Roasters. Yeah, circuit boards 50? Why 50 circuit boards?
Give me my organs back.
If it said like storage breaks, I would have just been like, yeah, nah.
Yeah.
I'll redesign another base somewhere else and then fix it. But storage didn't break, so that's no. Are these out?
Yeah, yeah. Yes, 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 yes.
Yes. Yes, yes. 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 I agree, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. I love you.
Yeah, we do. In the bed.
Yeah.
If I had deterioration on, everything would be slightly deteriorated because I broke the power box.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't have that on. But, like, at the same time, it's not too bad because, you know, we don't have many.
Was here. Bam, 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 bam.
Child's favorite word this morning is apparently shit and baby.
Shit, baby.
Shit, baby, shit. I am. My condolences. For dealing with that, Jesse. I wish you retain the strength to not become a serial killer.
Serial killer, if it only happens once.
What makes you think it hasn't happened yet?
Get killed.
Jesse's killed at least twice already.
Damn. Hello?
Do we have a fight?
Someone yelled at me. It was Jesse.
Oh my god.
I was so surprised it was Jessie. Normally, she doesn't yell at me this way. This is such so new for her.
Jesse is so mean sometimes.
I know, the worst.
Like,
Fucking bitch.
screaming and just saying profanities at you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. Fall in love along the way, okay. Think you killed it in me.
I believe everything in the other tab also breaks, so your alpha generator and beta generator have that.
I didn't have them here.
Okay. Flame cauldron 2. No, I don't think you have to do that. Oh, you might. What's the kindle?
I'm worried that I'm gonna have to fucking pick up my goddamn egg chest.
Oh, is it outside the zone now?
No, it's in there. It's just... It's fine. I've got to replace the breeding thing, and it's right next to it.
Okay, so I've got more space back here. Over here, nice, nice. I could actually use over there a little bit. How are my defensive walls? They are no longer good.
I don't have to rebuild my egg chest.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, these bricks.
See, another good thing about rebuilding this base the way that I did to accommodate for the Wumpo is that because the breeding thing is ever so slightly taller than the what would be 2 floors, right? So every single time that if I accidentally broke my breeding pen, I'd need to basically rebuild the entire everything in the upstairs section too.
Yes, yeah.
But I don't need to do that.
Let me get some foundations here. Make this more even.
There's no way that should fit.
Look, fine location. Yeah, that's a fine location for a gate. Expensive wall.
Come on. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. There we go. Yay. Stressful. What the fuck are you doing, bruh?
Oh no, the stress hasn't ended yet.
That's because my Wumpos have decided trees are their enemy.
Oh no.
Bitch. Those trees are decorative, you whore. Man, I'm gonna have to rebuild it. It's not. I don't know if it'll respawn. Okay, I'll just build it. I'll build it over top of where it was. That way it never breaks. Even if stupid Wumpos come over and try and hit it. Oh, lordy. I feel like oh no. Getting ready to say I feel like everything else is going to be situational, but I did figure stuff out. And there was something, oh, the PAL thingy here. There was something here that turned into wood. Would have turned into wood over here. other. I don't know what was over there. Maybe nothing. I don't know. I guess we'll find out later if I wind up, Okay, well this is disconcerting. Why do I have 250 pound metal ingots?
Hmm.
Fuck, fuck.
250 palmetto ingots is a unique amount. 250 palmetto. No, that's your crude oil extract.
Yep, you're right. Crude oil thingy. That's okay, I don't want to put that back up anyways. What do I need for the next one? I only 50 more. Yeah, okay, I can do that. Yeah, I think I can swing that. I really hope by moving this PAL box, I've now made my base raid proof.
Hopefully, yeah.
I also have 134 refined ingots and 5 electric organs. What did I need for that? Circuit boards. The circuit boards and the palmetto ingots can be explained. Did I? And I have 31 metal. 436 wood, but that is probably from them just chopping the tree a minute ago. That makes sense. Name something that should be at my base that may not be at my base because it may have broken.
Okay, so you've got your do you have a Palgear workbench? That's one thing.
Oh,
that didn't break.
oh my PAL control device.
PAL control devices.
Hold on.
Yep.
Apparently, I don't know how I'm missing 4 pallium.
Might have built something else. I don't know. So furnaces. None of those.
I didn't have
were
furnaces at this
production
base.
lines.
I didn't have a production line at this base.
Those ones break. Crushers.
Didn't have a crusher at this base.
Medicine workbench. Like I said. Research lab. Monitoring stands.
Not at this base. Monitoring stand was wood.
That didn't break. The Anubis statue. Power.
Fixed it.
Okay, cool. Ranch breeding farms. Probably fix those.
I'll fix those.
Incubators. On the altar. Fridge.
Already fixed it.
Okay, cool. Didn't break. The item retrieval machine?
I didn't have that here.
Do you have a guild chest at all?
No.
Okay, food now. The large scale stone oven.
I already made that.
Farms don't break. That doesn't break. The beds don't break. The power generating accumulators.
I remade. I only had one and I made it. I remade it already.
Ooh. Did you have a clinic and a medicine rack? I don't know if those break. I
I had a medicine rack. I did not rebuild the medicine rack. Wait, no, I didn't need to. The medicine rack did not break.
Okay. Give me a second.
I think I'm missing so far as the... I guess the ingots make sense. Like, I would have only had like 11 ingots then, because it's 20 ingots for that. I need...
Yeah.
I don't know where my fucking caldium went.
Did you? You probably didn't have any defense structures.
No.
If you had any other, like the flame cauldron, if you had that there for, then that should be everything. Other than, you know, the crude oil factors.
Caldium. Yeah.
King Rick.
I think it's funny that I've got some like pals just stuck in my base now. There's this like bulldozer who's sitting in the corner and sitting in the corner so hard he's pushing his face through my wall. So what you doing here, buddy? What you doing? Level 53 bulldozer, level 2 hearts, 0 attack. He's just a puppy.
Yeah, gotta build hot springs. I'm gonna rebuild my hot springs.
Who was I
I
breaking?
might have only had one, which means I can get 2 probably here now. Oh,
What?
Yes.
What?
Gildane, Eternal Engine Skymarcher Swift Vampire.
That's amazing.
I don't necessarily care about the vampiric, but perfect. I got the Gildane. Swift Skymarcher, Eternal Engine, Swift Skymarcher, Eternal Engine.
That's how I felt whenever I got my Ryuma.
You buddies no longer need to fuck. Buddies, you can leave. I want massacre. Lanes. I'll take the one at 4 because probably really. Hopefully, the stats on that one are good. Oh yeah, 53 on health, but 100.
Nice.
I will take that one. Gildane, and then I need
I'm going back to the workshop.
a male Exidia Terror.
That was a lot of cleanup, but hopefully will be worth it in the end. If I still get raided and stuff, it wasn't worth it. What the fuck are you doing up here, Officer Bethis?
Currently, it's just a hope it was worth it.
Yeah.
Situation.
Yeah, pretty much.
You get back spinning on. You can spin I'm on you. Mining. Log on that.
When you're feeling low, only wish you want to push it home. Only love you when you let it go.
Media. See if I can get a better Exidia Terror. I don't care what's on it, I just want stats. You're not this man.
An easier time if we make this first. 50 circuit boards.
Oh, they're only in a sanctuary.
Wait a minute, I should have 50 circuit boards.
road? Yeah, let's just take a middle of the road one. Now, pals. Fuck.
Was that a
That is
command?
all. That is a command.
No! Welcome in
Hello,
again. How you doing?
Screaming may be a sign
Dinosaurs
of
550 said, I'm getting
I don't
better,
know.
yippee.
distress.
I'm so glad.
Getting better. Yes. That's good. That's really good.
I need 46 more bio batteries.
Weapon back here. We can be. Come on, me. Weak until fully recovered. I will.
I'm proud of you. You've been taking care of yourself and drinking water and sleeping.
Good that. Good. Yeah.
Good.
We're in the point where it starts turning and starts getting better, so that's good. I hope this swift remainder of time.
Tristan,
Yeah?
you said that you had been wanting to move yours. Are you happy with where you moved yours?
Yes, I moved mine. I'll have to wait until I get rated again to see. I'll be able to see, but I think it would have fixed the problem.
What was the problem you were having?
I think because a part of my border was touching the very bottom of the ground below this cliff.
Mm-hmm.
It was spawning raids on the ground
Okay.
rather than up here.
Yeah.
I think by bringing it back a bit, they should spawn across the bridge now.
Okay.
Hopefully.
I hope we are both better when it comes to raid shit.
Mm-hmm. I'm not against having a raid. I just don't
I
want them.
hate having raids.
I would love to have the raids if they spawn across the bridge and I get like a choke point.
Mhm.
Nice choke point. Yeah. I think I'm talking a bit loud. I can hear myself in Discord. Oh no. Louder.
Goob.
I love you,
I love you too, goob.
Too goob, too furious.
Alexis.
Better storage. Yeah. Sure. I love it. Love the jank.
What's the jank? What'd you do?
Well, you're gonna have to see it to find out.
I'm somehow extracting oil from the top of this building.
Settings.
It's a very high pressure extractor. It has to extract it through floors.
That is impressive. I love the jank.
I will come see it whenever I am done building this high pressure oil extractor. And I get the bitch set up for towards making the giant furnace. I just need to make more plasteel. Which I should be able to do now with as much fucking crude oil as I have. That apparently I've just been hoarding at the breeding base, which is why I don't like it there.
Yeah, it's good that you're finally getting better, Dino Shaw. Gastro is a rough condition. Rough.
He's a dog. You know, Cillian, somehow it just feels like you're not putting in your best effort. Thank you. $146. Now I have to go to Tristan's base to figure out what the fuck he did. Because apparently he's being derpy. He likes janky things.
We can go.
Alright, what have you done? Oh my god, is it that chest? Instantly. Instant. As soon as I gave it this.
What makes you think it's that chest?
Jesus Christ. I love your sleeping chicken. Just chill. And sleep with your chicken. Sleeping with chicken. How much I love chicken. I'll sleep with it. Why do you have a massive wumpo cooling your food? Just hanging out there.
It needs to fully encompass it.
Oh my lord, those guys are huge.
The Gomantides?
Yeah.
Yeah. We can go.
I don't know what she's doing, but she looks like she's taking stuff out of your chest to put in another chest.
Yes, I hope that is what she's doing. Make him go.
One word for this pal I just got. Chonky. Is it a wumpo? Must know. Is wumpo? No.
Wumpo is-
Okay. Okay. Here's my next guess.
Oh no.
Oh, King Paka.
Don't-
Yeah,
Don't
that's accurate.
look. No.
That's okay. It is what it is.
King Packet is chunky and floofy.
My next guess was going to be. Let's see if I can find them.
He's dead. Yeah. What's the other name of the vampire? I don't think any of my Ixodia heroes are good in any
I had a
way,
very
shape.
specific thing in mind that I'm seeing if I can find it. I think he's later on than that. Ah, there he is. This is what I was thinking. That Palumba.
Palumba.
He's very chunky too. His entire body looks like a giant bean.
Oh my god. You'll get some guns and make arson. Thank you for redeeming TTS, and it's good to
I
know that
heard that.
Yeah, I need to adjust my TTS.
Is that stupid loud for you?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was really loud. I heard that. I was like, damn.
Uh-huh. I need to turn that down.
Okay, okay, okay. We've got what we want. The menacing terrors. But do we want it to have vampiric or demon god? Because we've got options. We have 4 with remarkable craftsmanship, 2 with demon god, and 2 with vampiric. What are we thinking? What do you think? I guess vampiric, so it stays up at night.
Yeah, vampiric. Pretty good. Fantastic on workers. If the base gets attacked, they get some lifesteal.
Okay. No. To
I need to get smaller.
take these 4
to
and
go
level them
in
up.
my base. I don't want these building. I don't want these. I don't want these.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Shit. Oh, we almost dead. Shit.
No.
Okay, that was stupid. Why did I think that was gonna be a good idea? Rampaging Sootsy are outside my base.
Ooh.
Ryoma died.
No.
He died protecting the home. Oh my god. What the fuck are you doing? There's one Patelia Ignis in the sauna, and then the other one's behind it, setting the sun on fire. What the fuck? You're not cooking. If you think you're cooking Poppy. It's rude. You can't just cook your brother.
Long live the king. Oh, either of you logging. But, of course, you immediately start doing it. Across the base and dump a bunch of wood on my head.
But I love when they just randomly start. Like, it's janky. It's janky, and I love the jank. Okay, so I love the jank that is. They're somewhere random setting shit on fire.
Yeah. I don't just randomly whacking a tree.
Or just randomly standing there because you have them standing at the furnace, but now they're watching 2 critters breed, and you're just like, what you doing there, pervert?
No, it's like with old people in hot springs, they don't find it hot enough. Oh. Yeah. That's because they're desensitized to life. They're hitting the end of it.
Too young, too dumb to realize that I should have bought you flowers and held your hand. Should have gave you all my hours. Huh?
Like the song says, hold hands. Yay.
He likes me, guys.
I'm holding your hand.
Yeah, that's why I can't move.
You can have your
No,
hand back.
no.
Oh.
You wanna hold my hand? It's yours now, bitch.
What the hell did you get into me?
I don't want to make sure you didn't get loose. Can you remind me of something?
Yes.
Was it something that bred with the Lulu that made the Rayhound?
It was something that bred with the Patelia Ignis.
Right. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Patelia
Thank you.
Ignis and the Sparket.
Right. Thank you. Because I need another Rayhound because the other ones came out bad.
It's okay.
To realize that I I should have bought you flowers. And held your hand.
I know.
Your memory is so much better than mine.
Not always. Sometimes.
Sorry, that was not at you. That was at the fact that every single time I push up, if I push up on while I'm on this screen, it automatically goes to the X. Instead of just going like up.
It must be difficult.
Life is hard. Oh, I know I'm probably much too late to try and apologize for my mistake, but I just want you to know.
I'm gonna give you a gift.
They do when the dogs want uppies, you give them uppies. I don't know what to do. Pretty self-explanatory. Give the dogs uppies. You're gonna give me a gift?
I am gonna give you a gift.
Hold on. Can we swap gifts? I give you gift, you give me gift.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, where you be? Where are you?
You me? I am be in base.
Your base or
I
your
will be
base?
on
Oh.
my base.
Okay, I come your base.
I am.
Go into your base.
Okay.
Plus, how do I make pals commit sex?
You need the breeding farm, which means you need to beat the second tower.
Yeah. I will put your present in this chest.
I will get you second present. Give me a moment to get you second present.
Okay.
My present will require a couple of different things.
Okay.
Oh my god, I can make more of these.
Hello, fire boy. Hello, ultra fire boy. Aw, he sat down cute. If you were an ice boy, you'd be adorable to sit and cool things. I feel like you should be an ice boy. Which annoys me. The silence, the pal dude boss. I killed her. I shot her in the head, then she dead. Ooh, which one?
Probably Zoe. My guess is.
Okay, so here's your technology screen. You need. Let's see. I'm going.
Lily, okay.
So Lily should be enough. This right here, the breeding farm. It's at level 19, and then cake. Yes.
Yes, and then cake.
So to get cake, you have to get the ingredients and cook them in a cooking pot. Oh, pals? Literally whatever you want. Put 2 of them in the breeding thing. As long as they're opposite genders, they'll go at it and they'll give you something. Yeah.
I expanded maybe your gift, but I don't know. Did you also do the speed one?
I didn't. What do you mean?
Oh, there's gift in there for me too.
All these for me?
Oh, these for you.
Oh my, your gift is better than mine. I feel like I gave you nothing in comparison.
No, the mine ones are much harder to come across. That is amazing. My second gift will require you using this.
Okay. This.
If you use this, and the bottom left slot, that's free currently.
Yeah.
Here's a one.
It's so big.
And they are both the same gender, they're twins, but they've got Swiss Eternal Engine and Skymark. So anything you need Gildane's for?
Nice. I want to get big there. Whoa.
Anything you need to breed with Gildane's, you got that now.
So you love Gildane.
I need
No
every
2 girl can
Gildane.
make Baba. No.
No.
Sorry.
You can-
It's not that the game hates gays, okay? That's just not what you need to make baby.
Yeah.
They can adopt. I'm sure the
Eventually.
game is totally fine with 2 girls adopting a baby.
Oh,
but-
they're more than fine. If you get the surgery table eventually, you can change your gender.
Yeah.
You will indeed make the pals commit the set. I need to adjust the loudness on that TTS redeem. It is gonna make me deaf.
Hmm.
Where is my...
I give lots of sex changes.
You can look up websites to find
What pals you can put together.
what pal combos, or you can just put whatever in and get whatever. Most of them make sense for what they will make. Can I adjust duration delay next step? Why can't I adjust the volume of this? Restep. Restep.
You're only level 66 and unlock the breeding. Okay.
Oh, here we go. I want to test this. Okay.
This is why I'm trying to breed together. This flower boy and this little tiny electric girl. And I'm making an electric doggo.
There we go. Okay, that's much better. I put it down to 55%. It's at 100%. Okay, now I should stop going deaf when TTS is redeemed. Yeah, you can get the level 80 before you even do the first tower if you want.
Mm-hmm.
You can do whatever you want.
Would you say looks familiar? What do you mean?
How World says trans rights? Looks familiar? Huh? Huh?
I don't know.
What's the context of the looks familiar, Lucy? We is confused.
The electric rat.
Oh.
Oh, I see. I don't know what you mean. I see no resemblance towards anything.
It's a legally distinct.
The legally distinct electric rat. I need my... Where's Gemini? Here we are.
There is a world boss. That is Ibushi.
Or
the earliest you'll get it is the volcano. I want to say.
they're weirdly all over the place. Like, you can find them in the snow region, and I thought that was strange.
Yeah.
Or you could breed for them. If you want to know what to breed for them, like, I can't help you with that. You're gonna have to find the breeding calculator, because you have to know what pals you have, because there are lots of ways to get them.
Yes. You can literally just get a couple of pals at the start and then breed everything.
Mm-hmm.
Except for unique pals that require themselves to breed. Like a lot of the legendary pals require 2 of it, which all of them do. So yeah, there's a world boss, Bushi here, level 25. Otherwise, a volcano, Sakurajima up here. If you have ever caught one, you can go into the Pelpedia, find it, and then look at its habitat.
Right. I need to figure out how to breed a Lulu to a Duelith.
Literally all of these orange areas. So yeah, all around the volcano, not up the top though, just around the outside.
That's a lot. Okay, what else? What else we got?
All over
Lively.
Sakurajima, all over the desert, all over the Sanctuary 3.
Looks like Lylene plus Relaxosaurus
Went to the
Lux.
North desert, all over the volcano, all over the mountain, which is that one's weird.
Plural.
Yeah.
Boy, sweet. Okay, I'm gonna breed a Lylene with a Relaxosaurus Lux. Lux. I need
Have you played any game like Ark or any like survival crafting
You want to get
game
this?
like that?
You can breed a
Minecraft?
Battalia with, I believe, an Arsox.
A dino with chili. This game is actually a very like streamlined and simple.
There's just a lot to do, so it seems complicated.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
You don't have to do everything. Take your time and do what it is you want to do that day.
The only thing that will require you to like specifically do something for is like the end game content, like the end game raids, not the regular ones, like there's ultra raids and then hard mode towers. They're the only things that require to specifically breed pals for them. You can do everything else, all the towers, all the base game content.
Eileen, I need you. Come here. Okay.
Stuff.
You need to go boink this Relaxosaurus Lux. Thank you.
You could literally, if you wanted to, have a party of Lamballs and probably beat every tower. Full team of Lamballs. You'd struggle against whatever tower bosses are. Weird. The Lamballs habitat is so strange. There is one location on the island where the Dummud is, the Dummud boss.
Mm-hmm.
There's just one circle where Lamballs spawn.
That is weird. That's so strange. Just right there.
Just that spot. Okay, you, do I have a Jolthog? I still don't have a regular Jolthog. I've got Kingpacker.
I got love thrown at me. Disgusting.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
you're right. Alexa, what time is it? 1 hour.
Yeah, roughly an hour.
I'm over here making mad faces. Like, I'm not ignoring you. I forget that I'm only in a PNG right now. I am like making angry faces at you. Like, why you keep throwing shit at me, bitch? I don't know what I accomplished. Look at
Yeah,
him
I'm just
go.
going through and marking off. There's so many pals I haven't updated actually having.
I have a question.
Yes, I have an answer.
Am I a pimp?
And you a what?
Am I a pimp?
Why would you be a pimp?
Because I make all these people fuck. I tell them who to fuck. Go fuck this person. Go fuck this person.
Are you getting money out of it?
I'm getting something out of it.
Then maybe.
I'm getting children out of it. I have
Oh,
them.
and you're exploiting the children. Yeah, okay, yeah, you are... I think you're in the human trafficking, or the pal trafficking.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You might be
Pal
right.
trafficker.
You might be right.
I'm currently not looking at chat, so I can't tell if anyone's saying anything, but I'm just...
Bessie said okay. Because apparently the Gremlin child finds it funny to throw things at me. Child. And apparently, if the child is even listening, the child now knows I'm a pimp.
Let's go. Jesse's gonna have to explain what a pimp is.
I think I kind of explained it already.
I think we did, yeah.
As for whether or not he knows what that word means, as far as I know, I think he knows how to say shit. Based on what I've heard.
Shit.
Shit and What was the other word? Child can't hear, but he can watch. Okay, fair enough. Honestly, fair. No, I built my thing backwards. That's fine. I gotta go fix that.
Yeah, I do have a mark on.
Huh?
Marked off.
Shit and
I
fuck. That's what he was
have-
hearing today. Or saying today. I thought he said something else.
Oh yeah, I did get a rogue boy from a mutated egg. I've got so many pals I haven't marked off. So I'm gonna go from 127 owned pals to 152. Oh, there's only one pal I have that requires a third breed.
Oh?
Yeah, I can get the Elgrove Crest. Requires the Peridon Crest.
Just stab myself in the eye.
Oh, can I get either on?
No, it's crooked. We have to break this. We have to break this, and 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 we have to break everything.
You pimp, you need to have a good pink slap and a good pimp hat. Do you have your pimp hat?
I have the froggy hat. Is that a good pimp hat?
Oh yeah, that's excellent.
I have a purple frog hat. Yes. Oh my god, this Lulu spins so much faster now. What the fuck?
It is indeed good and it definitely works. To be fair, you have been trying to pimp me out.
I haven't.
Organize a deal.
I have not. I did not try to organize that deal. That is entirely Wippa.
True, yes, it is entitled.
He keeps offering me food in exchange for uncensored hand holding. Uncensored. Unprotected hand holding.
I imagine it'll be uncensored too. Yeah, so we have max. Well, once this research is done, we will have max efficiency on oil well production. I need to go get Sorelight, but I need a flyer to get up there, or to do all the tenders.
I will give you Sorelight.
You will give me 100 Sorelight so I can make the mine?
Yes.
Oh my god, you love me. What about Hexam? Actually, no, I can get Hexalite myself.
I don't have Excellent.
We haven't been to Fade Creek, but we've got Sorelight.
Yeah.
I'm coming over. Wait, why am I coming to this one? Be in your workshop right now.
Yeah.
I'm just coming to say hi and give you
Okay,
a
well, I have to go. You can go get some out of my workshop. That's fine. I would go with you, except for the fact that, like, I have breeding to do, and, like, I left the cakes in here, so I need to make sure that they don't go overboard with it, because there are, like, hundreds of cakes in there. And I could put them in the fridge, but then I have to keep walking up and down stairs. And so now I'm thinking about maybe moving the fridge into here, but this isn't the, like, think about it. Think about it. This isn't the kitchen. Okay, so I could move it. I could. All right. You know what I'm gonna do? I will move the fridge in here, and I will move the baby who cools the fridge to here. Okay, and then I'll have to just put something else up there. It's not really a kitchen. It's more like a bar. It might fit better downstairs anyways.
I do now have a Sorelight. Thank you, my love.
Honestly, you should thank
Thank you, Celine.
whoever the fuck it was that told me that I can get it from just a high-level mining pal. Because I did not even think about it. hindsight, it makes sense.
Hey, I just met you.
Crazy.
This is
And
crazy.
here's my number. So call me later.
Don't eat my baby. And
Here's my number. So call me. It's crazy. So here's my number. So call me maybe. And all the other good boys try to chase me. And here's my number. So call me maybe. Oh my god, I'm so slow. But this will be better. Down with the flow, you gave me nothing at all, but still you're in my way. I beg and borrow and steal. I don't think I need 2 electric babies because I don't really have a lot of electric things going on here. Maybe we'll check it. We'll check it.
hey, I just met you. This is crazy. Here's my number.
So eat my baby.
Come
Sorry.
eat my baby. Baby.
You're crazy. So here's my number. So call me maybe.
Eat my baby.
The other boy. Just hit me. But here's my number. So call me maybe. Before you came into my life, I missed you so bad. I missed you so bad. I missed you so bad. Before you came into my life, I missed you so bad. And you should know that. You're so bad. Oops. Look right at your baby.
Baby.
Call me.
Call me baby.
Okay. I was always trying to get remarkable craftsmanship. Yes, I got one. Maybe I will get a second one from this. Doesn't matter. I think those are done.
Eat her baby.
Came into my life. I missed you so bad. I missed you so bad. I missed you so bad. Before you came into my life, I missed you so bad. And you should know that. So call me maybe. Let's put these doggos in here. Doggos in the love, food in love with me.
Yo.
Alright, so we need this, not this. Yes. Slave and serious.
Demon.
Why are you 2 in a bin? You know the garbage man hunts there first. Fuck. They're gonna find us. Hi, welcome in, Russell. We are stinky.
I am stink. I am the stink.
We are just where we
master.
belong.
I am.
Look at these 2 levels. Well, at least 1 level. Where is Ryuma? Oh, this morning, by the way, guys, when I wasn't streaming. Well, I guess it was shortly after I was streaming. I caught this awakened wyvern. I was streaming because I wasn't even the one that heard it. So, Whipper heard it. He's like, is there a shiny on yours? Thinking it was in his. I was like, oh, yeah, it is. Crazy. Didn't even realize.
Oh my. This needs help. No, the floor.
Where is Ryuma?
Yeah. Oh.
Good job, Boruya.
Bye bye, Brunberry. Poor bastard.
What happened to the bronze cherry?
I deleted the farms it was standing on,
Mm-hmm.
and it just fell through the ground.
No, no.
I spleefed it. Potato, carrot. Potato. Carrot. Onion. Wheat. We just enjoy the bin. It is our safe space. Where we can have trash tastes and
Mm-hmm.
be happy.
A lot of people come in here and say that we're trash at a game. We're like, duh. Look at us.
See the bin?
What did I just do? Yeah, I'd like to put serious on it twice, please. Thank you.
Just
I meant to put. Oh, it has it. Never mind. What the new one? Oh, that was the new one. What about the old one? Yeah, this one does it too. Okay. Serious Works Life. I need to go find Greg. Not Greg, Gary.
Gary.
Basically, I'm poor.
Gary.
I'm poor, so I need to sell all my shit. Do I need to have it in my
Gary.
inventory now that, like, he lives?
Report.
Okay, so hold on a second. Question. If you're talking to Fatboy Slim, you could accidentally buy stuff with the things that are in my house?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
As long as I have access to whatever they're in, I could accidentally use them.
Okay. There's not enough electricity here because that fucker isn't doing his job.
Oh.
Get the other one to work.
Oh. Hang on. There we go. Hey.
Waiting KKK. Oh, I mean, okay.
Okay. Fine. I am making something. Uh-huh.
Okay.
You're gonna be proud of me.
I'm always proud of you.
Oh. Or worried about me. One of those two.
Okay. I wanted them to alternate. Look, black, white, and black. Isn't that nice? I'm gonna stay the night. Alright, never got enough. Where did I get that? Okay. Apparently I got a schematic for a paper lantern. That's nice.
Nice.
I need to make this. I'll stay the night. I'll stay the night. Looks so homey. I love it. Love it. Look at that. Babe, come here, come here, come here. I want to show you the aesthetics of this
Mhm.
in real life.
I'm away.
Okay. This is what I did with the scorpions. See?
Oh.
And hold on the other side.
Okay. Oh, that's cute. I love that.
Yeah. This last spot right here is where the hexalight's gonna go, but right now it's just stone. We have extra stone production.
Super extra mega stone.
My base production stuff is very. Yes.
I just got a gold key.
You would be proud of what I have done and accomplished.
See? Have you been upgrading?
I've been upgrading what?
You said I'd be proud of what you accomplished. I'm coming. I want to see what you're producing. Okay, okay. We've got a room. I see where you moved the box, because my box is in a different place.
Yeah.
Production for some.
You don't love these?
I don't see anything. Hold on. Oh my.
It's art.
He is an abstract artist. I'm very proud of my husband. You've got me who tries to keep everything in line and nice and symmetrical. Then you've got him who's like,
Look, I can
just-
keep things nice and symmetrical, but the problem I have is the pillars. I need the pillars, but then I can't make everything look nice, so I just have to put them on the rocks, and then I could make them look nice on the rocks, but it's hard. So I just was like, fuck it, I'll lean into it.
well, I mean, like, hold on. So what's the issue with the pillars?
If I break any of these pillars,
Uh-huh.
the roof collapses.
But you said you can't make the pillars look nice.
No, I can't fit the resource points in a nice thing between the pillars
Oh, I see.
because some of them are too big.
I see.
Yeah.
I thought I was gonna jump on top of this ore for some reason, knowing full well, I know full well this has no collision. Just jumped into it.
You have become my owner. You're my precious. But yeah.
Looks
I've just
looks.
fully leaned into the chaos because that's just how this base is gonna have to be until I get around to building a proper mining base.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, a proper base where I can move the top stuff elsewhere and just keep the mining thing down below.
Are you gonna have a separate like breeding base and workshop base?
Probably. This will probably be my mining slash workshop. Celestia, Eternal Engine. Okay. Sky Marcher. Okay. Still haven't got a Celestia with everything.
I feel like what I have going on with the 2 different bases fits exactly what I want. I want like something pretty and floral and nice and pink and makes my heart happy. And then I have another one that's like very focused on, you know, focused on like the production of ore and futuristic and I don't know how to explain. You know what I mean? Like production looks nice. Oh, look, now I'm gonna have all sorts of friends come under here to visit me because this is where the fridge is now. Alright, let's see. Do we have
Also, I have successfully accomplished, given this Equidia Terra a purpose. It has insomnia and philanthropist. It doesn't sleep, all it does is fuck.
Oh my god, I love that.
It literally just doesn't have skills on it. All the skills I want are from the Gildane.
Okay, so I think I got the Greyhound. Oh, I already had the Greyhound, so I guess I'll squish it into this Greyhound.
I'm happy to drop a Vampiric from my Celestia and put like a damage thing on it later, but it can keep Vampiric for some self-sustain. Oh, you don't need to be on that anymore, Mr. Newsom.
Girl. Boy. That's to create trash Greyhounds in the future.
These still have eggs in them. Oh, no eggs.
But now I need to breed the fucking foxicle. Hold on. Take this to the base here and swap out the Greyhounds. And then I'm gonna bring the other Greyhound back because it's female. And then have that one breed with a foxicle to make the Greyhound Crisp. I keep losing my base. I'm like, where did it go? I swear it was around here.
Now that I've made this look all pretty and nice.
Let's have 3 duelists, maybe? We wanted to have 3 duelists. Okay, and then we wanted a 4th to breed with a Sootsier.
Here, so I can put that bench and this bench next to each other. Cool, nice. Alright, let's go back through and make all like the really low tier saddles.
Alexa, what time is it? Okay, half an hour.
Nothing wrong with making some of the lower tier saddles.
What Foxicle in here. Which one do we want? There's options. Oh, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Epic. Hello, Epic and Epic friend. How are you doing today?
Welcome,
Mostly
welcome.
because
my
I'm
friend.
nosy.
She's very nosy. She must know.
It's nosy. Nosy nose. There's no cake. Pretty good. How goes the power grind? Fabulous. Do you want to see the new base I made? I made a new workshop. Bam, bam, bam.
We're doing absolutely fantastic.
I keep losing it. Yes, I did. I did update it from yesterday. Yesterday it was just like a little wooden hut that I was, because I kept trying to think about where I wanted to build it and stuff, so I built it today. So I wanted to build in the city area, and I did, and I built this right here. And it's got some mining stuff going on right here. It's got the electric. It's got some beds. It's got... Look at him. He's chilling out down here. Look how cute he is. Look how cute he is, just vibing in the pool. And then I got the thing over here, and then miners over here. Yeah. And I also, behind here, because it's a circle, goes around, and I have the big ornate over here, because normally this is pretty ugly, and it does eyesore. So we put this in a different spot. Make a tower with everything in it. Yeah, well, I did that last time, and I just, like, it was fine. It was fine, but I kept having to go up a lot of stairs, and that was annoying me. So now I don't have to go up a bunch of stairs. I have this stair right here to get over this, because otherwise I lose a lot of land. So I incorporated this into it, too. So I was like, I wonder if I can just, like, make stairs and use this spot up here. And I can. Look at him. He's mining from the bathtub. He's so efficient. It's efficient, if not bland. Wow. That's almost a compliment.
It's almost a compliment. Yeah, welcome in everyone. I hope everyone's been having a wonderful time. Check it out.
Shake, shake it up, shake it up, shake it up, shake it
The
up.
phone call.
That was mine. Bleh, bleh. My mom, I think.
How's the Dead by Daylight? I believe that's what you're playing earlier.
You got an email, baby.
I got an email. Oh
Something
my
about
god.
telehealth.
Oh yeah, that's just my Zoom link for my appointment.
But today or tomorrow?
No, it's
Next week.
next week. Yeah.
God, they cannot remind me of things a week out. I'll forget. So I did some solo play for a bit. Oh yeah, I didn't use a lot of stairs. I put a power entranceway and then just grapple up. Yeah, Pan and I were on it. She switched to power world not long ago, so I did some solo play for a bit. Okay. I maybe this morning went and watched a little bit of her stream from yesterday. Just because I was curious, because I hadn't seen her stream, so. And then I went and watched a little bit of Watara's as well.
He likes to stalk.
I actually weirdly don't like to stalk that much, and I specifically stalked them because I like them. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say I don't like most people. I am apprehensive of meeting people and stuff like that. And sometimes people just click, and I felt like we clicked.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's
In
just,
fact, I'm currently leaving a lurk on Panstream.
are you?
Yeah, yeah. When I woke up, I was like, oh, when I was getting set up the stream, I was like, oh yeah, I'll just go on
That's
go to
nice.
Panstream, be like, hi, hello, gonna leave a lurk,
Yeah.
please. I don't typically
They like
do
you as
that.
well. They probably watched us bully her then. That's good. That's good. That's funny. Let's see. I was trying to put this ammo away. I couldn't remember where I put it. Duh. Not obviously at the breeding base.
It's just like finding couples
Yeah.
in a similar situation
Mm-hmm.
is already difficult enough, let alone on Twitch.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's just like it's great.
It is really nice. Oh, I got these guys. Okay. Let's mark these out. I am going to dip over to the, I got these. And I got these guys. And I did that. Alexa, what time is it? 7:23.
20 minutes.
Okay.
Just under 20. No, yeah, it's about 20 minutes.
Okay. So I just wanted to basically grab the duelists and get them leveled up really fast, like super leveled, hyper fast.
Anywho, I'm gonna lurk here on PC and go check on the resident Sussy water cat before bed. I hope you enjoy your
Look.
your lurk and your bothering of the Sussy water cat. I don't know. I don't know. Is bothering the right word? Yeah,
Onions,
thank you.
onions, onions,
And I
onions.
hope you have a good sleep, Ladle.
Okay, I'm gonna go level these 3 really fast.
Oh, so close. Wait, do I have a Celestia with Eternal Engine? Because then that would be amazing.
You were gonna breed them together?
Yeah, I just got one with Sky Master and Swift. For Swift, I don't. But it didn't have Eternal Engine. It had Vampire.
I see.
How much is Swift Vampire? Eternal Engine Vampire? Ooh, yeah, there we go.
Duelists are leveled up. Fabulous. That last one I don't necessarily need to level up. I need that one for breeding to a Setsier though.
How much is Swift Vampiric? And then...
Are you expecting that you're going to escape from the fight by running away from us even though like...
And the opposite genders. Amazing. Amazing.
Okay, I'm gonna go hop over to the workshop really quick, put some stuff away, and put the duelists out because I wanted them for transporting. I keep forgetting about the freaking pieces.
I'm literally at the last stage. I just need these Celestias to, Oh wow, the elf is so much bigger. It's like double the size. Yeah, I just need them to get all the traits unlocked.
Where'd it go?
Plus minus vampiric. It doesn't matter if it has vampiric. I'm so glad we could meet like amazing people.
I completely agree. Actually, I want to take these back really quick because I forgot to put... Damn it.
What have the Oh, it's gonna need the advanced workbench to make the advanced spear.
I fucking took them all the way over here. And forgot to give them surgery.
Need the advanced weapon assembly Harlan thermal cores. get. Okay, so I need Hexalite. That's the only one I don't need Hexalite for. Do I need Hexalite for thermal cores? Do need Hexalite for thermal cores. Okay, so I need Hexalite for all of the advanced workbenches. What about the ancient workbench? I don't. I need AI cores,
Oh, they've already got that. Theory.
which AI cores require the advanced workbench. Okay.
Are we
so,
sometimes having exactly different conversations?
Yes, sometimes we are. Ingler. I was just figuring out what I needed to be able to make the next upgrade for my spear.
That's fine. I am trying to put my duelists. I needed to give them each a new passive because they all had Spirit of Zen. How dare they think they can be Zen at my base?
I think that's normal damage increase. So yeah, duelist's not good. Duelist a ground grass, yeah. Although you can, I believe. Wait, we can get. What do we need for the skill fruit tree? Oh. If we just went to the first no miss yeah oh, yeah if we just went to the first sanctuary to get enough stuff to make the skill fruit orchid
Oh,
and then could be like learning holy burst from it.
oh wow.
Eventually.
Yeah.
That's skill fruit tree.
What have you fuckers been doing with all the fucking pastille that I've been trying to get you guys to cook? Oh, just not making it, I see. Officer Beppis decides he doesn't want to actually stand at the thing. He'd rather, like, be somewhere else. Somebody elsewhere. I literally don't know where. Excuse me, have you guys seen Officer Beppis? Maybe he's in the pool.
I'm gonna go around to the skill fruit tree.
Nope.
It's just up here. I'm after any normal skill fruit in a skill fruit tree. Or just any normal skill fruit in general. It doesn't have to be from a tree or not.
You're looking for what? Just a skill fruit?
Any normal skill fruit.
Let's see what I got. See if I have anything.
Of a neutral, that's what it's called.
I might have one. I'll let you know.
No.
Would it then just grow like all normal fruits? I didn't know if it just grew that exact fruit.
So it will grow two of that fruit, and then the third one on the tree will be a random fruit from that type. So if you grow just like a normal
I have a
fruit,
neutral fruit.
nice.
It's Power Shot.
That's fine, that's fine. What I'm aiming to get eventually is Holy Burst.
Yeah.
And then I can start mass producing Holy Burst and then give it to all my raid counts.
Yeah, that makes sense. Holy Burst is really good.
Holy Burst is like one of the, if not the highest damage it's just completely useless against Moonlord.
Alexa, what time is it?
10 minutes, and then just stick around Suburb.
Yeah. So I'll be able to do the Reptira with that after that. We're working on this.
Oh,
So
lucky.
I'm gonna say we have this, even though I know we don't. Not yet. That's what we're working on. And then we need a duelist and a need 2 things. Can we use 2 things here? I don't think so. We only have 1 slot. Okay.
What a lucky Clovey.
Oh shit.
I do like the range at which you hear the lucky powers. It's just basically, are they spawned in and are you facing them? And then you even if you're not like directly facing them, just as long as they're
Yeah.
in front of you.
It's really
somewhere.
fun. Okay, let's see how we do this. How are we getting a Celestaire knocked? Lulu? How has she Lilith?
I'm feeling great at the moment. Well, at least I am. How are you feeling, my love? I think you're feeling great.
Cold. I'm gonna put.
She's cold. She's freezing. I need to give her snuggles.
You gotta get me, you get my hoodie. Now you gotta put it on. I keep getting distracted. It's my neck. My neck is cold, and it's like throwing me off.
We're both doing great. Thank you for asking, Missy. How are you doing? Make sure to keep hydrated and stuff. Says me, who
Okay.
have a ward off. I do have a ward off. Let's go.
Well, we haven't caught any more of these things that are on the list. I did say I wanted. I was thinking about swapping out one of my Ophidias for a Gloopy Primo.
Yes, you did say that, yeah.
I might do that later.
If at any point you want a monster, they're either behind you or you can ask me to grab
I've been drinking Monster. I already had one on the desk from yesterday.
Oh, nice. I'm more than happy to get up and get them if you just can't be bothered turning around or are just locked in.
Yeah.
I am instead going to get myself. Come on. You want it in the water? Okay.
I think I have a heart attack. But that for breeding purposes.
Oh yeah, this is not the.
Yum, 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 yum.
Oh, she's eating me. Me? She's eating me.
I am trying.
The Knights of Neh.
Okay, I need to get my dog.
You trying to breed Celestials and Nox for work?
Oh yeah.
That's the last thing I heard you talk about with
Yeah, I was just also like that's why I'm distracted and bouncing all over the place. I have this page up over here, but then I'm like thinking about the fact that the Celine's coming soon, possibly, or it could be a
Uh,
supply drop.
yes, it is in the possible list of.
And at some point, I'm gonna have to start breeding trash.
The squish.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really don't mind breeding a crap ton of Celestiers because I need to squish them.
Yeah. I'll get there. I just want to get the base of everything first and then go squish.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a good way to do it. Please
I'm
don't.
very close.
Please don't the hog. Three dire house, a bull in a jolt hog Chris, and well.
I believe in you both, but honestly, I understand what you mean.
Hmm?
What do you mean?
What?
I don't know. I was reading Lucy's message. It says, I believe in you both, but honestly, I understand what you mean. And I don't understand what
Yeah.
I mean, I guess. The whole breeding thing.
Oh.
What are you doing here? What are you doing here, huh?
Yeah, it's a bit like.
Oh, it's a
Oh.
gourmet hunter. I'm not a suspicious person. That's right, a gourmet hunter traveling the lands.
Ooh.
You always eat the same thing, don't you? So here, take this. Don't get all grateful or anything. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not worried about you or anything. It's just that if you die in front of me, it'll give me bad dreams, okay? Okay. Okay, bye.
Yeah, it's just,
I was just walking around the house and saw somebody walking. It didn't even say I have a visitor.
a weird thought. I've had the gourmet hunter come before, and it does that. But maybe he wasn't like, far enough in the base for long enough. Maybe just zoomed right to you.
He didn't zoom to me.
Hmm.
I was walking around my base. I saw him behind my house.
Weird. Yeah, usually it says something about. Yeah, we got around 5 minutes.
I think Power will develop like Sunrise, maybe. It's like chicken nuggets. Oh my god, it's fried chickpea. That does look tasty. The fried chickpea looks delicious.
Ooh.
Better watch out, Nugget. I'm coming for you. Nom, 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 nom.
Yeah, murder. Just murder Yakimo.
I'm gonna do. I'm actually gonna go back to my workshop. Actually, hold on. How long?
Like 4 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna run to my workshop really quick. I'm gonna take my dog coins out, so you don't have to worry so much about them. I have them to where they're not auto sorted. The only reason they're in there is because when I was making my chest, I went across and it is considered as a PAL material. So
Oh yes, yeah, it is considered a PAL material.
we don't have to worry about it.
I think it's because you get them from Mimogs. And
No, it's not considered a PAL
Chest.
material. It's considered a other material. And my bounties are in there too, apparently. So I'll just grab those and my raffle tickets. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna take those home. Those will be at my house. There you go. So you don't have to worry about accidentally spending them.
Oh, thank you.
I also wouldn't have been against having the just like.
I know, but I've been grinding them hard.
I know.
Looks like I have 2163 of them. Unless, of course, you put them in there, in which case.
No.
Let's go, Yakimo.
Whoa, you lazy fucks. Don't put honey and eggs and milk in this chest. That goes in the fridge.
Yay. 3 minutes.
Wait, here you go. I got you a present.
Me?
Yeah, here you go.
Oh. Okay, look, oh my god, thank you.
Welcome.
Here's your present.
God, you're gonna make me so fast.
I've actually been, I think I'm gonna start, like, catching what I haven't caught. 5 of, just to get the Mimog effigy to increase my move speed. I wanna zoom zoom.
I should actually figure out where I'm at on that too.
8.5. Curious if it makes you faster while on the mount as well. I'm gonna check.
Now let's find out how many Mimog effigies I have not put in. Oh my god. 27.
Dang.
I'm up to 7% on movement speed.
Okay. It only increases your on-foot movement speed. Good to know. Still very useful. Because, like, climbing, your swimming, all of that will be increased in speed. Yeah, there's some Lulus that I haven't caught. No. I haven't caught a single Lulu yet. So. Holy bonus. Supply drop.
Alright, well.
So 7:40, so 10:44 will be the next one.
Yeah.
Care if I grab the supply drop?
That's fine.
Couple of stamina rolls, please.
You guys like stuck in the ground or something?
Right, a good one.
Can't believe none of my Rayhan Crisps have come out with fucking remarkable craftsmanship yet.
Oh. I feel like I had a hard time trying to get a couple of like Eternal Engine. I had a really hard time actually getting on anything. So maybe some of them are more difficult rainbow passives to breed off of. No clue.
Do you need a bad part of your mind?
Oh man. Oh yes, yeah.
You made a advanced sphere assembly line.
I have not. I need Hexalite for any of the advanced ones.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to go to Daybreak?
Yeah, we can go to Faybreak. Grab my Swift Cannon. We go to.
Apparently, I'm bringing this random Rayhound Chris. That's nice. And I'm just jumping off the fucking tower. The fuck? What is wrong with me?
I am gonna need. Make potentially a saddle. Do I have? Have this saddle?
Fine
The rest
walking
of that
around, but it's a lean.
Giant claw.
Who you gonna ride?
Jormund made.
Let's see. Bet you can't guess who I'm gonna ride.
Maybe Celine.
You're so good at guessing.
Oh my god, I got it right. Dang, I didn't think I would. As if you were like, if you like.
Vanguard charm schematic.
We got the Vanguard jump.
Yep, it is right after the first Scorched Ashland shrine.
Ooh. One.
Yeah, hopefully this doesn't take ages, but it is a legendary saddle. Oh no, this is far. The Ignis version would take ages.
Dude.
Do I not have any? Put in a different water at other place here.
There, I have a Celestia now.
Nice. Wait, did you catch it?
Yeah, I just caught it.
Fucking nice.
Hit me a lot. It's very
Oh, yeah,
mean.
on favorite.
Yeah, I just came over here just now. Oh look, I've got another Hexalite. I'm gonna have to get a Smoky. I need the Chromite, right?
Yes, yes, you're gonna need a smoky for the chromite.
I'm gonna go
Oh.
ahead and go make the mining thingy first.
The other option is a metal detector. If you get a metal detector,
I'm gonna get a
it's
Smoky. Smoky's better. You know this.
Smoky is a lot better.
You know that.
It's a lot better. Can't go on straight for that way shrine.
I mean, I'm leaving. Going back to the workshop to build the thingy. And then, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a nap.
You gonna have a nap?
Yeah.
That is more than fair. You have been streaming. I have been.
I'm so tired.
I am proud of you for
Nothing.
all your hard work today, my love. Yeah, nothing. Not a single thing am I proud of you
So
for.
I suck, I know.
I'll still be here, so
You want me to do the Tristan cam?
oh yeah, I'll do that. But, should be streaming on Discord. Yeah, cool. Go stream out.
There, now I'm mining Hexalite.
Nice. I'm gonna get enough Hexalite that I can. Oh yeah, that's definitely what was intended. Oh, that is intense. Oh, you know, oh, well, you're running, you cowards. Get back here, you little smoky. You actually have good stats. What? What? Oh, it's a smoky that attacked me. He's sick in that. Poor buddy. He's very sick. Something else is attacking.
The Vanguard Charm. I have everything I need for it except for Ancient Bones.
Oof. Gotta go to. Yeah, I mean,
I'm not worried about it right this moment. I want to know.
no, but like, I do still need to get my mount.
Is that for? Oh, is that for there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Save that until you wake back up, and I might go to the first sanctuary because I need a lot of mythical wood. Now that we've got the hexalite, and get some hexalite mine, we can make the advanced workbenches. Then, then after we get the advanced workbenches, then we are set for upgrading our gear. That's what's stopping from upgrading most of the gear that we've got.
I go take a nap. Love you guys. I'll be back.
If you need more than an hour, that's totally fine to do. Okay. Pick as long as you need me now. Double view, nice. Base from here.
a dark joke that can be made that isn't bad. Isn't that bad? Oh, that is bad. Go ahead, Lucy. We like dark jokes here. As long as it's not too bad, it should be fine. Where's my miner? Get on the hexalite. ASAP. Stay on that. Put the other noodle.
Hey! Huh!
And any leftover hexalite I have, I might make the advanced assembly line. No, I will make the computers.
Huh!
Let's just power up the mining. Keep going on.
Huh.
Grab some computers. Needed at least 10. Let's just carbon fibers, yeah, I'll make all of them. Carbon fibers and circuit boards, which is polymer and electrical things, I believe.
Hey!
Ridiculous amount of villages for stuff in. Should've done that. We need to modify, turn up a bit more. Conditioner. Oh. Give me a second. I'm not sure what happened, but the stream collab thingy just decided to die. Take it, go on. Not sure if you're still there, Lucy, but the shared chat should be back up again, so I should be able to. Cool. I can still see you now. Good, 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 good. And cool. I was just wanting to check if the shared chat reconnected properly. I've only been the one sending the invites, and I haven't really accepted them before, so I go to iCare's computer and do that. Set your dog joke. We love watching Ico nap. Ico's so cute. It is pretty fun, yeah. She's very cute when she's sleeping. Although she'll deny that. I think when Ica gets back on, we might need a server restart at some point because there's a lot of like weird lag that shouldn't be happening. But it just feels like everything's delayed a little bit. Depending on what you're trying to get from these expeditions, depends on which one you do. I just got started generating calls from expeditions. That's big. Been happening for a little bit, but I haven't paid attention to it. What books do I have that electricity generation, transporting, ration? Ooh. I've got a plan. Oh. Might be my computer that needs to restart. I don't know. You know, let's look at the task manager. See what's going on. Could be all these things. Get that open. And over here, just these two, okay. Wait, where's the video voice gone? Ah, yeah, it is in the background. That's good, good. Let me close that one. That should help. Oh, that does seem to have helped a bit. Cool, cool. Like 28. Twirling.
Hey.
Oh yes, plenty. Probably not the server table downstairs.
Hey.
Go visit Gary. Time to get some money. Some moolah. How are you doing, Lisa? You enjoying life? Enjoying things? We are enjoying streaming more. We are, honestly, we've been having an absolute blast, and we couldn't do it if it wasn't for Power World. Genuinely, if it was a different game other than Power World, we would not have started at this time. It's just, it is that addicting. And also everyone makes it so fun anyway. They have a lot of wonderful people in the community. Like, do I have another moth pudding? Yep, yeah. I'll make it that. And farming.
Hey.
You should just
Hey.
printing these now. Just in a constant state. Here's
Huh?
I hear a lucky.
Huh. 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 Huh.
There it is. Oh, Grimace. Ooh, Grimace.
Huh. 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 Huh.
That lucky Grimace just gave me 1,000,000 experience for catching
Huh?
what?
Huh.
I mean, a max level anyway, but that is ridiculous.
Huh. 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 Huh.
But yeah, this
Hey.
double build is
Yeah.
in a state of constantly dropping resources now. Just constant. That poor critter.
Hey.
Not even resting. You okay, Dad?
Huh.
Wow. I didn't realize it would be that,
Hey.
I don't know why I didn't think, why I thought 10 would be that ridiculous, but, okay, it does have some downtime occasionally. Yes, Aika is eating, I'm talking a bit quieter, she's, having a nap for an hour, maybe a bit longer depending on how she feels after the alarm goes off. Yeah, I just boosted Dumud's ranching skill to 10, so 10 with a cinnamon, 9 total.
Huh.
No, she's feeling fine. She's just tired.
Huh. Huh. Hey. Huh.
Why didn't I just do that? Yeah, on Aiko's stream, she has a Tristan cam
Huh. Huh.
when I'm asleep.
There.
So when she's going to have a nap, which is just like my I'm streaming on Discord in the fall, and she's just got like a window overlay, looking at that.
Huh.
You can see my stuff on her screen too.
Huh.
The amazing thing with Aiko is like, I mean, there's so many amazing things, but this specific one is that she falls asleep very quickly,
Huh.
and she can function off
I wish I could do that.
Huh.
Yeah, it will be a bit quieter in here.
Huh.
Until she wakes back up again. See, I'm mostly just waiting for the breeding to happen, so while that's going, I may as well look at some bosses I haven't done yet. I was gonna go visit Sanctuary, but I'll swim over there. Good thing is this place only has a one room and it keeps to the outskirts, so very easy to avoid it. How are you doing, Dino Shaw? And I know you're still recovering, but like, everything going all right with you lately, other than sickness that you're getting better from, which is nice nice to hear that you're getting better.
Nope. Yep.
Is ancient.
Yep.
I do need typical wood,
Yep.
which is
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
So this is not the wood I need, but
Yeah.
oh, I'm stuck on some rocks. That was nice. It just goes around the outside with the water, mostly. Oh, I can get these flowers. Oops. Come on,
Yep. 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 Yep.
LA finding that okay. We'll see. You get saved by that.
Yeah.
Accept imprisonment. And lifelong servitude. Come on, wanna rock that body, rock that body, rock that body. Come on, rock that body.
freeze. Do, 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 do. Yeah, okay, well. I can get both of these schematic towers, which would be nice. All of them are great. Let me get the... I'm here. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm definitely gonna give it to you. Don't believe
Ah!
Don't believe it, just watch. Don't believe it, just watch. Hey, 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 oh. The interactive map is really out of date. Yeah, on the interactive map it says there's an effigy around here. And there's none where I got that one that I just grabbed. Yeah, the interactive map is out of date. Well, at least this interactive map is. Oh, Looks like there's some randomness in the effigy spawns. That might be it. But because of that, the thing's gonna be out of date. Probably. Not everyone contributes to effigy spawns. To interactive maps.
Huh.
Don't believe in your spawns.
Huh.
Don't believe in your
Huh.
I actually really like that if the effigies do have some randomness to them. Up, down, funky road. Uptown funky road. Uptown funky road.
Ah.
Uptown funky road. Uptown funky road.
Help.
Too strong. Ooh, the day. Yeah, let's go. Get on his back and ride it to victory.
Huh. Huh. There. Huh. 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 Huh.
Might be best to wait until I do get my flyer to go after all the effigy locations, but I'm happy to explore, especially since it's night right now.
Yeah. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Ah. There. Huh. Huh.
This is a really well optimized game.
Ah.
It is insane how well it runs. And
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the render distance, like I can see that. I can see the thing all the way at the top of the volcano, the watchtower. Wherever that volcano is. West? Yeah. I can see this watchtower. All the way across the map. That might even be the tower. I think it is a tower. It is absolutely insane the distance of which
Huh. Yeah. Help. Yeah. Huh. There. Yeah. There. Ah.
you need
Help. Yeah. Huh.
I am curious if it's just the Lifnunk effigies that are random, or if it's the other effigies as well. Because the Lunaris effigies were like, and the Relaxosaurus ones are all in the same location. Let me. We have all of them on. I don't care about the quest. I don't care about region names. Just give me. Doesn't even list in all the effigies. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, and on this one, the one I did get is actually collected. Okay, cool. This one seems like a more updated. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, I can't mark the memos as collected? Okay. This way. I feel like this one I have collected. Wait. Am I going insane or did I hear a... Lucky. The music might be a little too loud to be able to tell if I heard a lucky or not.
What? There. There. What?
Says there is effigy.
Yeah.
I think it is supposed to be at the top of this. It's not the most intuitive, a list of things, because usually they have photos. Not even seeing the pedestals, so I imagine it might be one of the random ones. Probably behind that rock. This Paul. To give me an overview of the location. I don't think it's at the top of the pillar, I think it is at the end of the path. The pillar there, the cliff. Yes, this one was here. This one is collected. Now, east side in the water. On this link. I think it's supposed to be in that corner there. I think I remember getting it in a different playthrough. Was it this one? Oh no, it is this one. I did get it in this playthrough. I have definitely got that one and that one. Should potentially be another one over here. Should be one over by this beach. According to the map. Somewhere around here. The interactive map has it. This peak, I think. Maybe further down the cliff. Oh, I could get the PAL that spots them. And then go to these. I should get the PAL that spots them and then go to these. Okay, there it is. It's collected. Yeah, that would really help if I get the PAL that marks out the Nox, I believe it is. Vehicle returned. I will recheck the spots where the effigies are weren't out. Can't believe I haven't gotten this memory yet. It's usually the first memory to get. It was even March, not halfway through, I was like, oh no, it's the second one you get. The first one you get up there and you just turn around. Yeah. Spawn in over there and you just turn around and go in the cave. Would have quite a few effigies now. Not effigies, light, that's fine. Additional cooking ability intermediate. Should be able to get my egg can out and pick up the eggs up. Although, should get something hopefully good. Sky March, Eternal Engine, and Eternal Engine Swift. Okay. I've gotten some good Celestiers. I don't think any are what I'm after, unfortunately. Let's Swift Eternal Engine, where's the knob? There. Food Daddy. My nose. My nose fell out. And then register parties as rename this to fine. What you find in team, any of these Celestiers, Eternal Engine and Swift. I will use this one. That's a amazing as well. Health is fine being a bit lower. But I will still keep reading to try and get the Sky Mark as well. I'm curious how much this goes up by. Apparently, 2 stars? 4%. Okay, so it's the percent each level. I think it's the healing that's more important. Okay, so if I go to think I remember getting this effigy. Oh, on the other map, that effigy is way out of position. Yeah, it's just over here. It's around the corner. Yeah, I did get this one. This is why I want Sky March. I would just be on jumping right up there. Thanks for hanging out all the time, Lucy.
Yeah. So the stories and I'm posting a ton of those, and this is how I can sense leaving Discord. First told me to do a lot. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely. Alexa, stop. It's definitely advisable if social media is just not your thing. It's not for everyone. Just don't force yourself. Oh, okay. Oh, it's actually good to know. Ah.
I got this one before. Yes. This is why you use the Nox, even if you're using the map. Yeah, social media is just a sometimes problematic place for some people.
Hey.
It's best to know that, like, if it's not for you, don't feel forced into it at all. You're more than welcome to hang out here. Sometimes some things you say can be a bit too much, and I'll tell you off, but you're very responsive to it, to feedback, which is good. We love having you. Let me see if I don't want to wake up now. Alexa, set an alarm for 30 minutes. Let the move it. Let the moving fine. She worked so hard. I feel like I know the one that it's pointing me towards right now. Might not have gotten in this one, but I feel like it's off here. Below and underneath in the cave. Yep. Well, not cave. I'm a bit crazy on souls. Someone somehow called it. It doesn't seem like right at the time. It's not possible. You know, that's just a very different chance, I think. I think they're already not true. You're gonna die, but thank you for distracting the enemies. Think about mercy. Or else they both would have been dead. Just fat fingered E. This one. I'll get five. Come on, let's go. Should it be somewhere around here? Head is off. Maybe? It might be down. It is down. These These markers don't have anything for verticality or anything listed for even potential like weird locations. The Genshin Impact interactive map is a lot better. It actually states one of them. Well, it actually has pictures of all of those things. While some of them might be in the incorrect location. It's usually like within one guest. I do believe I got this one, because there's also a memo over there. Oh no, this one might be that might be the effigy spot itself. Oh, this one, the effigy spot, that one was the memo. I was right. Yippee! West. Up on this hill. Here somewhere. Yum yum yum, bounty token. I'm gonna go this way.
Yeah.
Straight through this intersection of intersecting paths and just liberate here. It should be in this church. Yeah, this is the one with Zoe. I do remember getting that. Okay, so this one I want to go see. I do want to just recheck if I... It would be... Downgrade it to light-footed. Hang on a second, does that mean I could get Eternal Engine, Swift, Skywalker, and light-footed, and just have four jump?
And then swap to my egg finding team. And get this to the day back. And override the egg finding team. Ah yes, I wanted to pick up that wooden knot. Not get on my power. Oh, sorry about that, Lucy. I was tapped out in the interactive map. Twitch went down for me, and I don't know if others. Oh, Twitch is back. No, Twitch is breaking. It's all good. Yeah, Twitch does that sometimes. It's like it's a platform made by an indie company, not a multi-trillion-dollar worldwide managed company. I think that right there is where it was. Okay, good to know that it doesn't get marked if you've already got the location, so that makes it problematic. Yeah, welcome back, welcome back. The shared chat thing's still working, that's good. Ooh. Oh yeah, I think, yeah. That wasn't just a this screen thing, it was across all of Twitch. The friggin' Twitch chat went down for a few minutes. Still bugging on Twitch? That's okay, thanks for letting me know. It's I think Twitch is just having some issues now. Yeah, if anyone's trying to chat or anything, just try refreshing. It might be fixed now. But it's like for some reason the collab ended before as well, so I genuinely think Twitch is having some interesting issues right now. Are these guys getting raid? Oh no, she's not like that. Big mighty ocean. Almost certain I've got the Lunar up there. The one that I know. I'm pretty sure I've got all four of them now. I think I checked what the last one was. I will check just to be safe, but I'm almost certain I have it. Yeah. It occasionally happens. Sometimes people DDoS the Twitch servers. Yeah. Hopefully we'll fix itself soon. Yeah. They never usually last too long whenever Twitch is having chat issues. I think the worst one is now.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Huh. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon one overhang thingy too early. It is this next one. It already has that one. Continue. Look at these next two before the raid starts. This is probably close enough to mix the scan both of them.
Huh.
Looks like a wide range on this. I think one was down here by the statues. As soon as the lift monk appeared and the other one did not,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say I don't know. Perfect amount of time to come and help my darling with her read, and she's gonna be sad.
Yeah. Huh.
Finally was able to claim it. Oh, the points. these are my levels. Yeah. That's actually a good point. A good way to know if chat's broken. Because that usually breaks too. I've had that break a few times, and that's usually either a precursor to chat breaking or a way to know that chat's come back. Not all the time. Sometimes chats are still broken regardless. Here, and then immediately scan, I should have a bunch of things visible. It's 140 lift longevities. And this should reveal everything in this area. Ooh. Very hard to navigate without a weapon. I'm pretty sure it's like that though. Hope it's not down. It might be down. Well, at least I can get back up in this window.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, this is an accident. Please don't immediately.
Huh.
Immediately got it. Oh my god, that is massive.
Huh. Huh.
Yeah, well, Micro will be sad.
Hey. Ah.
Alexa, how long until our next alarm? Okay.
Ha!
No matter what, why you gotta be so cool? This looks could be one right here. Oh.
Ah!
I just think it's at the edge.
Ha! Hey!
And it wasn't far enough over to scan them. Why you gotta be so cool? Don't you know that
Ha!
I don't know the words to this song. Marry that girl. No matter what you say, marry that girl. Marry your family. I think this one's at the waterfall.
Ha! 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 Ha!
I was at the waterfall. I just couldn't see it because I was looking. Okay.
Yeah!
Going on. Three more at the end of this boss. It'll be one. I might have gotten this one by the boss. Hey, oh, the boss, the bounty target.
Ah!
Hello, messenger. Well, I don't think I've interacted with you. I have. What if I do it again?
Ah!
Yeah, that one right there, I believe, would have been. No! That one's it. That was a message. Don't kill Lasso and give her 0. Thank you.
Hey! Hum! Ah!
We protected the elf Vidrund. Yes, we'll go down. There we go. Go. Alexa, stop. Hello, my dear. Hmm? Hello, my love. Welcome back. Take your time getting settled. Is there anything you need that I can get you? Cocaine? Oh. I can't get you that.
Ah!
I don't know how. I genuinely don't know how people find people to.
Ah!
I am hungry.
You're hungry?
Yeah.
Do you want the rest of your salad or do you want something else?
What else? Basically, the salad's been my last 4 meals, man.
It really has been. I think.
Ha!
What time is it? It is
early enough that things should be open. I decided to do some collection of effigies
Mhm.
since you've been gone. Even though I have the map up, having Nox still to pinpoint the locations is useful. The map doesn't tell you if it's like up or down or anything like that.
Oh,
Tells you
okay.